All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and we got a big one tonight on Straight Talk. So, the latest news is the fact that Maduro, the president, or now ex-president of Venezuela, has been captured. It reminds me of the time when Noriega was, I think that was Ronald Reagan, I believe, right? Took him under, or put him under arrest and went into the country to get him. A sitting head of state brought in by the United States government under the, what's the name of that branch? The Delta Force, I think, or something like that. They did it, and I am just behooved right now. We're going to cover that too as we move forward and into the program tonight. But this world has really gone too far, and you can see here where Traore has his thoughts on it, and we're just going to cover it as it is. That would be the first few videos that I'm going to be covering, and there were responses uh, from that. So hear me out, wear me out, and tonight, just another night, but extra, and I'm finding it to be highly upsetting to the general. Hold on, let me see. Who wrote this? Hey, what's up, bro? Brother Woody, I really appreciate you being here, like always. True, come on, come on, like we say here, porrita, a cheerleader, porrita. But yeah, man, I appreciate you being here, bro, and I think you're gonna enjoy this one because Maduro, the president, the sitting head of state in Venezuela, is under arrest. He's on his way, if not already there, in New York City. Yeah, I appreciate you, bro. I'm more than you know. So, man, this is going to be. It's already a classic, but it's going to be what I'm looking for. It's going to be a game changer on the economic, political scale, global. Because as you know, Venezuelans, all of South America is part of the global South. And this white boy by the name of Trump and all these motherfuckers who are part in it, they just think they can do whatever the hell they want to do when they want to do it. And the game has changed, man. This ain't the world of the 1900s, 1950s, 2000. This is, I was about to say 2025. This is 2026, bitch. And it done got black, girl. Believe me, the global South and people of color are sick and tired of this white boy raising up dust and talking shit. This is the last stronghold. I don't know what word I'm looking for. This is the last stand for the white boy. And I say that in earnest, and I say that truthfully from the bottom of my heart that there's no coming back from this. None. You either do the right thing or the wrong thing going to be done to you because you have not gotten any uh, right to do what you did. Any what word I'm looking for? Any sense of justice. And this white boy by the name of Trump and others throughout Europe, they get it and they get it and they get it and they keep doing it and doing it and doing it. They have a proclivity for doing wrong shit, all based on a wannabe white supremacy rhetoric, narrative, and action. You know, in my book, The White Man's Burden of Lies and Deceit, I talk about the A. La Chapelle Treaty. Now, you can look it up. A is spelled AIX, La, L-A, and Chappelle, just like Dave Chappelle. It might be spelled with two P's and one P. But the bottom line of it all is that that was a treaty, so to speak, of the pale skin of America, excuse me, or and the European, where they said, look, I look like you look like me, and if we don't come together, the Moors, niggas, what they were trying to really talk about it, but at that point they were called the Moors or the Moors. They're gonna stay in control of our destiny, and that is the reason and the reason why they came together to thwart whatever power that the Moors had at that point. So I'm bringing that up for a reason. That if history repeats itself and we're going into the depression again in 2029, then what the fuck else is on the menu? Hold on for a second. I forgot about this. Hold on. Okay, I got that right. So, dame eso, mi amor. Esta bocina. Sí, pero no vayas a subir eso. No, no. I want to make sure that I'm not here. No, quítalo. Hold on, guys. I forgot all about this. I just want to make sure that my voice is being carried and it is being recorded the way that I want it to be recorded. But anyways, as I'm trying to get this speaker on, we're going to move rather quickly. Oh, here we go. And Bluetooth mode. And this problem, I guess it's a problem. But, you know, white folks think they can do what they want to do when they want to do it. It's breaking all kind of international laws. You cannot take a head of state and remove him from his country under the wannabe violation of law. And that might be drug trafficking. Well, who was the biggest drug trafficker in the world that established the greater wealth of America through its families? Whether you're talking about the Kennedy, whether you're talking about the Astors, you name it. And we're going to get into that too, that they, white folks, and still are the biggest drug dealers in the world. You don't think that the money that's coming in and the drugs that are coming into America can't be stopped. It can be stopped. Fentanyl can be stopped on whatever other drug that's popular now. It's because the government, under the auspices and handle or authority of the white boy, letting it happen because they making him money. Just like they made money, if you don't believe it, just like they got away with $20 trillion after the plane hit the Pentagon. But oh my God, they want to whine, moan, and bitch about the Somalian uh, thievery and fraud. Bitch, your first name and your last name, white boy, is fraud. Not even talking about the shit that happened in New York. You know, motherfucking well ain't got no Muslim tore down those buildings in New York. That was an inside job. There's no way those two buildings can fall and building 7 that didn't get hit fall. There's no way that a plane that hit supposedly uh, um, the Pentagon, the most protected building in the world, was a plane. There was no plane found. Not only that, the acting vice, well, not the acting, the vice president at that time, who was it? You know who it is. He told uh, he told the Air Force or whatever the branch it is, don't go up there and shoot it down. Just let it go. If that's not uh, complicity, I don't know what it is. I really don't. And he did now. So at what point do we wake up, America, and face the beast, the animal, who are consuming pedophilia like it's nothing? The Senate and the Congress having parties fucking each other in the ass. That's what Cawthorn was saying. The ex-congressman in the wheelchair. At what point do we look in the mirror and face the realities of our own country and our own government, and stop believing in the bullshit that they're feeding us? At what point in time do we say that enough is enough? Well, I can tell you right now, enough is enough right now. At what point do we elect people, senators and congressmen, that are responsible, that are mature, that are accountable? And I pray that this midterm that is coming up will answer that call. Because to be honest with you, we need it. To be honest with you, we have to have a serious cleanup effort amongst our men and women who are true men and women of character, integrity, and frugality. Because if our government can pay $20,000 for a toilet seat, where's the money going? I mean, seriously, where's the money going? And somebody is fucking up. And somebody is fucking off a lot of money. That $20 trillion that just went up in smoke and there's no trace of it anywhere, then, at some point, people, I don't, who can't that? I don't, Jacob. So I'm sorry about that. But yeah, that's how it goes. So tonight we're going to be going into what has happened. And the first thing we're going to be covering is the reality on the ground. in Burkina Faso and perhaps in Africa that they almost got away with killing Traore. I'll be right back.
President of Burkina Faso has just survived another coup attempt from the four officials that he respected so much. This is something that has just happened today in Ouagadougou today on January 3rd, 2026. This is not the first assassination attempts towards Ibrahim Traore. Africans, we need to rise up because right now, after Ibrahim Traore has banned these Western countries, the most superior Western countries, they are really trying so hard to use the people that are close to him so that they can bring Ibrahim Traore down. This is something that has just happened today in Ouagadougou, the time that Ibrahim Traore was doing patrol in the capital city of Burkina Faso. Stay tuned because I'm going to unveil to you how Ibrahim Traore, the president of Burkina Faso, was almost killed by this official. Africans, let's rise up and protect Ibrahim Traore. The banning of this superior Western country, it means that they are going to try so hard to bring him down. But we as Africans, we should not allow this to happen. We should stand with leaders that are ready to unite Africa. And we as Christian TV, we are here to stand with leaders here in Africa that are really trying so hard to unite the whole of Africa. I'm going to tell you this official that are behind the assassination attempts towards Ibrahim Traore. But he has foiled thoroughly. The God is on the side of Ibrahim Traore. Hello guys. Welcome to my YouTube channel. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for the love. God bless you. God bless you. If you are new here, kindly subscribe and click the notification button for you to never ever miss any episode that we post here in our channel, because we always focus on whatever that is trending in the world of internet. As well as say, we are Africans, and Africa will remain to be our business. We as Kisonal TV, we are ready to stand with the head of state here in Africa that are ready to unite Africa. That's the reason why we came up with this channel, with main unity amongst Africans. Africans, today on 3rd January 2026, things are not going on so well because of these foil assassination attempts towards the president of Burkina Faso, who is really trying so hard to unite Africans. But these officials that were close to him, these are officials that were elected in Burkinabe government that are right now working with the way so that they can bring Ibrahim Traore down. I'm going to unveil to you, this has been the 7th assassination attempts towards Ibrahim Traore since he took the government in the year 2022 after removing Paul Henry Sandaogo Damiba, who also came in through a coup but was mistreating innocent Burkinabe. That is the time that Ibrahim Traore came in and removed him out of power. This is something that happened on December 2022, where he removed Paul Henry Sandaogo Damiba. This was the second coup in Burkina Faso. The first coup happened the time that Thomas Sankara, who is the leader, who is the best president, who was the best president in Burkina Faso, where people are saying that Ibrahim Traore is a reincarnation of Thomas Sankara. The first coup happened the time that Thomas Sankara was able to remove the previous president in Burkina Faso, who was mistreating people.
75% off, and it's on your doorstep in 3 to 4 days. It's a spiral-bound full.
But the best friend of Thomas Sankara was the one that bring Thomas Sankara down, known as Blaise Compaoré. And the person that removed Blaise Compaoré out of power was Paul Henry Sandaogo Damiba. But right now, there's something that happened. The time that Paul Henry Sandaogo Damiba was in power, he used to kill innocent Burkinabe. Most of the people were against Paul Henry Sandaogo Damiba. That's when Ibrahim Traore came out and said that he's not happy with the way that this guy was saying he was going to bring peace in Burkina Faso, but he's the one in forefront bringing a lot of pain and making the jihadist group wanted to overturn President Paul Henry Damiba. That was the year December 2022. Ibrahim Traore removed that Paul Henry Damiba Sandaogo Damiba out of power. In the year 2023, September 26th, The president of Cote d'Ivoire, Alassane Ouattara, was the first in forefront working with the West to bring Ibrahim Traore down. After there was a lot of disunity. Since the year 2022, the first thing that Ibrahim Traore did was to chase away all the French colonial rule in Burkina Faso, and he said that the gold that is being mined in Burkina Faso is going to be refined in Burkina Faso. And this Alassane Ouattara was working closely with the president of France, known as Emmanuel Macron, so that they can bring Ibrahim Traore down. This is a coup that failed thoroughly because most of the Africans had already loved Ibrahim Traore and they have already trust whatever that Traore was doing in Burkina Faso. In the year January 14th, 2024, Ibrahim Traore was almost assassinated with people that were close to him. This was the people that were being used by the France colonial rule to bring Ibrahim Traore down. He went ahead and used his chief personal security, someone that was close to him, and give him a lot of money. But this security officer declined thoroughly, and he said that he can never ever betray an African leader that wants Africans to be united, that wants Burkinabe to rise once again because of money. He was promised money, and after killing Ibrahim Traore, he was told that he was going to leave Burkina Faso and be given a good life in the Western country. But this chief of security declined thoroughly. In the year April 2025, Ibrahim Traore was right now almost killed by the president of ECOWAS, known as Julius Maada Bio. But it foiled thoroughly. It foiled thoroughly because right now most of the Africans have come out and they are ready to protect Ibrahim Traore. That was something that happened on April 2025. But today there's also a coup attempt that happened. These officials were planning to destabilize the government of Burkina Faso. They are the one that were being found that they're the one behind giving information to the enemies of Ibrahim Traore so that they can bring him down. These 4 officials have been arrested, and right now, as you are talking, they have been sentenced to life imprisonment, and they have been told they are not going to do that. They unveil something strong that they were sent by the people that were close to Ibrahim Traore. Africans should rise up because right now, after whatever that Traore has done to a big Western state, they are coming after Traore. It is time for Africans to rise up. It is time for Africans to stand up and support head of state that are working closely to bring Africans together. There is something that had just happened in Venezuela. This is just a breaking news. The president of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, has officially been arrested by the president of United States of America, claiming that he was the one behind the nicotine group. He was behind the person that has been terrorizing innocent people in that Western country. That is also the news that is reaching our desk, that right now the Venezuelan president Nicolas Maduro has officially been arrested by this super state. And that is the time that Ibrahim Traore was almost killed by 4 officials that were close to him. Something that we have to tell our viewers, that Ibrahim Traore right now is in good state. That coup attempt of destabilizing Burkina Faso government so that they can say that because of Ibrahim Traore, that's the reason why economy is not good. Because of Ibrahim Traore, that's why things are going on apart, to remove him out of power, foiled thoroughly. That is the news that is reaching our desk concerning today on the 3rd of January 2026. Things are not faring on so well because these are people that wants to bring Ibrahim Traore down. Africans, let's rise up and stand with the leaders that want unity amongst us Africans. We should protect them, we should be there for them, and we should champion for them. That is the news that is reaching our desk. If you are new here, kindly subscribe, click the notification button for you to never ever miss any news that we post here in our channel. We as Kizuna TV, we promise you guys that here we will be focusing on the current affairs here in Africa. We'll be focusing on the news that is here in Africa. We are not going to let you down. We are going to keep on bringing you breaking news on the current affairs in West Africa. Africa. Keep on subscribing. Road is to 100,000 subscriber. With your support, with your love, I know that you are going to reach 100,000 subscriber. Keep on liking, keep on sharing our content, keep on doing everything so that people can know that there was a coup attempt towards the president of Burkina Faso by destabilizing his own government in Burkina Faso. Something that we are given this information by the Burkinabe government to tell all Africans that right now that coup attempt failed thoroughly. Keep on subscribing, keep on sharing our content, keep on liking our content so that people can know whatever that is currently happening here in Africa. As well as say, we are Africans and Africa will remain to be our business. Game over. God bless you all.
Okay. So that's the first video where you see that they are trying to deliberately, without a doubt in my mind, trying to kill Traore. The man is on a mission. Africa is on a mission. February the 26th, 2026 of this year, next month. So we got month and a half, somewhere around, or 3 months and a half. That'll be 6 weeks. About 6 weeks, a little bit over, before America comes online as a United States of America. It's going to be one, my people. We're going to see the vacuuming of wealth out of whatever is left in Europe, Canada, Australia, and America. And all of that money is being funneled back into the pockets of brown-skinned people. It's over for the white boy. Because, as I have said many a times before, that the white boy and his bitch have lost the war already. The political war, the economic war, and the physical war. There is no spiritual war because they don't understand the spirit. It is unfucking real in the way that they operate. We know that. We know they don't mean what they say. And this is the reason why we are seeing people of color delineating from holding hands and trying to get along. These motherfuckers ain't about that life. All they want to do is keep what's the word? Subsisting off of black wealth. Meanwhile, they laying on their ass doing nothing. That's the problem of America. That's the problem of France. Lazy, trifling motherfuckers. France ain't got a dime, ain't got a pot to piss in, a broken window to throw it out that bitch. Period. And we've covered this over and over and over again in different videos. And I'm here to tell you that without black folk, white folk ain't got a fucking dime. Because they're getting it from us and taking and taking and taking and taking and talking shit and talking shit and talking shit. And it's just high time we just say fuck it. You know, if y'all don't want to act right, if you don't want to pay reparations and doing all that, okay, that's cool. That's cool. But believe me, when I tell you I have said this countless of times in my video or on my podcast, Straight Talk, that your ancestor, white boy, girl, and I say boy or girl because you're not a man. You're a little 10-year-old boy or girl in a grown-up man, woman's body. You have no authority. You have no character, you have no integrity, you have nothing that even resemble maturity. And this is the reason why you think you can do what you want to do. But like I have said many a time on this podcast, you reap what you sow, and so shall you reap. We brought four things to the table of humanity: death, destruction, disease, and despair. And once again, like always, I have said it before, I am saying it now, and I will forever say it, that your ancestors, your forefathers and mothers have signed, sealed, and delivered your death certificate. Your political death, your economic death, and your physical death. There's no way you can't stop it. It's just a matter of time. And I ain't talking about no 50 years from now. You motherfuckers are dying now. When I wrote my book, The White Man's Burden of Lies and Deceit, you guys were standing at a reproduction rate of 0.01. To maintain your population is only 2.1. Black people 12, Mexicans 100. You motherfuckers are 0.09. Then, in 2017. Now, after the vaccine, y'all not producing, man. It's checkmate. The game is over. The game is over. The vaccine and the number of people, let me back that up. The number of people who took the vaccine, 85% of y'all took the vaccine, white folks. And now look at you. If you guys chemically castrated by your own people. Your own people. That's not a made up assumption. That's the fact. So, as we go into the second video about Maduro, I want you to keep in mind how America had taken the lead here. And it's all about money. It's all about oil. It's all about the silver mine. And to be aware, and you know what? All the silver is gone in a matter of 6 fucking hours. Ain't that a bit?
With explosions rocking floating fuel and U.S. warships blockading the coast, the hunt is over.
My brothers and sisters, as the sun rises over the Sahel this morning, a darkness has fallen over the Caribbean. We have just received confirmation that the United States...
Now, this isn't Traore. This is a AI of him. And you can see that, but based on trying to kill him, I don't blame him. He needs to try to beef up his security and make it damn sure he stays alive until and way after 2026. February 26, 2026 and beyond.
Launched a pre-dawn assault on Caracas. They did not come for dialogue. They did not come for diplomacy. They came with Delta Force and combat helicopters to arrest a sitting president from his own home. This is now confirmed that Nicolas Maduro and his wife have been seized and flown out of Venezuela like common prisoners. This is not just a military operation. It is a global warning. They used Operation Southern Spear as a mask to violate every law of nations. I knew Maduro. We stood together in Moscow. He was a man who dared to say that his nation's oil belonged to his people, not to the boardrooms of the West. Today, they have taken him. Tomorrow, they will look at our gold, our uranium, and our lithium and ask, who is next? To the youth of Africa, do not be deceived by their talk of liberation. This is the return of the predator. But they forget. The Sahel is no longer a place where predators roam free. We are awake. They think our memories are short. They think we have forgotten the history of this world. But look at the date. Today, January 3rd, 2026, marks exactly 35 years to the day since they arrested Manuel Noriega in Panama. The predator has returned to the same hunting grounds, using the same excuses. They label a man a narco-terrorist to justify an invasion. They drop bombs on residential areas to protect democracy. I have seen the reports. They didn't just target military bases like Fuerte Tiuna, they hit the antennas, they cut the power, and they struck at the heart of the people's communications. This is how they operate. First, they blind you. Then, they isolate you. Then, they take your leaders in the middle of the night. In the Sahel, we are studying these Operation Southern Spear tactics very carefully. They use drones and robotic surface vessels to monitor every move of a sovereign nation. They call it surveillance, but we know it is a rehearsal. They are practicing in the Caribbean for what they want to do in Africa. They want to turn the whole global south into a monitored zone where they can strike whenever their interests are threatened. But I tell you, we are not Panama, and this is not 1989. We have seen the script, and we have written a different ending. They tell you this is about justice. They tell you it is about narco-terrorism. But look at the timing. Just days before they sent their Delta Force into Caracas, they unleashed a final wave
Hold
of
on.
sanctions on... tankers Nord Star and Della. They called them a shadow fleet. Why? Because those ships were moving the lifeblood of Venezuela, the oil that belongs to its people, without paying the imperial toll. It is an economic guillotine. When they capture a leader like Maduro, they are not just taking a man, they are taking the keys to the world's largest oil reserves. They did it to the people of Libya, and they are trying to do it to our brothers in the AES. In Niger, they froze the uranium. In Burkina Faso, they try to block our gold. I see the pattern. In 2026, the dollar is no longer a currency, it is a leash. They use their Treasury Department to starve a nation, and when the people are at their weakest, they send in the Southern Spear to finish the job. But I tell you, we have learned the lesson of the Caribbean. We are building our own banks, our own refineries, and our own trade routes. We will not be sanctioned into submission. We will not let them turn our resources into a cage. They call it domain awareness. In these first days of 2026, the U.S. Navy has fully operationalized its hybrid fleet under the banner of Operation Southern Spear. They aren't just using sailors anymore. They are using an army of robots, unmanned surface vessels, and robotic interceptor boats that never sleep and never tire. They have turned the Caribbean into a digital prison where every sovereign ship is tracked by an unblinking eye in the sky. I warn you, my brothers, this digital fence is a preview of the future they want for Africa. They claim these robots are for counter-narcotics, but we know they are for counter-sovereignty. If they can use AI to track a drop of oil in the Caribbean, they will use it to track every gram of gold leaving our soil. They want to create a world where no trade can happen without their digital fingerprint. But we in the AES are not standing still. We are training our own engineers to dismantle these digital fences. We are learning that sovereignty in 2026 is not just about defending our borders with boots, it is about defending our data with brains. They want to turn the world into a laboratory for their hybrid fleet, but we are becoming the architects of our own defense. They have their robots, but we have the will of a unified people. Listen carefully to the language they use, for in 2026, words are the first bullets fired. Before they sent their Delta Force to kidnap President Maduro, they spent months building a legal trap. They designated the Cartel de los Soles, an organization they claim is led by Maduro himself, as a foreign terrorist organization, FTO. Do you understand the trick? An FTO designation is supposed to be a financial tool, a way to block bank accounts. But the masters of Operation Southern Spear have twisted it into a license to kill. They are using this label as a kinetic justification to bypass Congress and launch strikes on sovereign soil. They say, we are not at war with Venezuela. We are simply neutralizing terrorists. I see this same shadow falling over the Sahel. When we in the AES tell the world that we are fighting the terrorism of imperialism, they try to flip the script. They want to label our defense forces, our leaders, and our alliances as terrorist entities so they can justify their drones over our heads and their options on our land. They use the word terror to erase the word sovereignty. But I tell you, we have decoded their manual. We know that when they call you a terrorist, it often means you have finally become too independent to control. They call it safe custody, but I call it a ransom note. Look at what they have done to Venezuela. For years, they have held billions of dollars worth of Venezuelan gold hostage in the Bank of England, refusing to return it to its rightful owners, while the people suffered under a blockade. And today, January 3rd, 2026, as they fly President Maduro into captivity, they are finalizing the legal theft of every asset that nation has left on foreign soil. Do you think they will treat Africa differently? Just months ago, they tried to use the IMF to block $300 million of our own gold reserves, calling it procedure. I told them then, and I tell you now, Africa will no longer keep its treasures in the houses of its enemies. This is why we launched our first national gold refinery. This is why we have built a reserve of nearly 30 tons of gold right here on our red earth. We are moving our wealth out of their global banks and into our own vaults. We have seen the blueprint in Caracas. If your gold is in London, you are a slave to London. But when your gold is in Ouagadougou, in Bamako, and in Niamey, you are finally a master of your own destiny. They want to freeze our future, but we are melting their chains.
Hey,
Hold
Farah,
on.
¿sabías que cada vez que compras un libro en Amazon podrías estar ayudando a alguien a ganar?
They call us unstable and high risk. On January 1st, 2026, the Trump administration officially slammed the door on our people, placing Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger on a full entry ban. They claim it is for national security, the same excuse they are using right now to justify the kidnapping of President Maduro in Caracas. But I have a message for the architects of these bans. The time of the one-way street is over. We have invoked the principle of reciprocity. If the feet of our students, our businessmen, and our families are not welcome on your soil, then the feet of your citizens are no longer welcome on ours. Effective immediately, U.S. nationals are barred from entering the space of the AES. This is not anti-Western, it is pro-dignity. For too long, we accepted being screened and vetted while their agents roamed our lands freely. No more. We are a land of honneurs et patrie. If you respect our sovereignty, we will respect yours. If you treat us like a threat, we will treat you like a stranger. While they build walls in Washington, we are building a shield in the Sahel. They want to isolate us, but they have only succeeded in uniting us against a common arrogance. They want to know how we survive while they cut us off from their banks. They watch the Caribbean and see the shadow fleet of Venezuela moving oil to keep a nation alive. Now, they look at the Sahel and realize we have started our own mineral shadow fleet. In 2026, our gold, our lithium, and our rare earth elements are no longer just exports, they are our currency. We have signed a historic deal to process our rare earth minerals right here on our soil. We are no longer digging dirt for others to refine in London or Paris. We have created a secure barter corridor with partners who respect our sovereignty, trading our strategic minerals directly for the security and technology we need. This is a security for resources model that does not require a single US dollar to function. They call it illicit because they cannot tax it. They call it opaque because they cannot control it. But I call it survival. We are using the very minerals they crave to build a future they cannot block. In the AES, we have realized that the real shadow is the one the imperialists try to cast over our growth. We are simply stepping out of the dark and into the light of our own wealth. They want us to believe that without their aid and their charity, we would starve. They watch the people of Venezuela struggle under a blockade and tell us, stay quiet or your bread will disappear next. But I have news for the merchants of hunger. On December 31st, 2025, I stood before the nation and announced the truth. Burkina Faso has achieved food self-sufficiency. In 2024, we harvested 6 million tons of grain. For the 2025-2026 campaign, we have already distributed over 600 tractors and 1,000 tillers to our rural heroes. We are no longer begging for wheat from the north. We have doubled our own wheat production to 6,000 tons this season. We launched Operation La Masca, the ice wall, not just to secure our borders, but to secure our soil. We have reclaimed dozens of towns and turned them into agricultural hubs for our displaced brothers and sisters. We have proven that sovereignty begins on the plate. If you can feed yourself, you can say no to any empire. They captured a president in the Caribbean to control his oil, but they cannot capture a people who are no longer hungry for their crumbs. Our revolution is growing in the earth, and the harvest of 2026 is the harvest of dignity. They call us juntas, but while they were busy policing the Caribbean, we were building a fortress. On December 20th, 2025, in the city of Bamako, we gave a soul to our resistance. We officially presented the standard to the unified force of the AES, FUAS. This is not just a military command, it is the physical manifestation of our motto, Un espace, un peuple, un destin. One space, one people, one destiny. We have pooled our resources, our air power, and our intelligence to create a 5,000-man shield that answers to no one but the African people. As I took the chairmanship of the AES, I gave a clear order to our new commander. The time for waiting is over. We are moving beyond the Niamey Mutual Initiative into large-scale coordinated operations to sanitize our lands from every threat, be it the terrorists in the bush or the economic terrorists who seek to kidnap our future. While the U.S. Armada circles Venezuela, we have established our own central command post in the strategic heart of Niamey. We are teaching the world that sovereignty is not a gift. It is a fortress you build yourself. They think they can intimidate us with their southern spear, but we have forged a spear of our own, one that is rooted in the earth of the Sahel and sharpened by the will of our youth. The shield is up. The standard is raised. Africa is no longer asking for peace. We are enforcing it. For decades, they have used our airwaves as a battlefield. They have used their global media outlets to tell us what to think, who to fear, and how to feel about our own history. They call it news. But in 2026, we have identified it for what it truly is: media terrorism. They use cameras to prepare the world for their Operation Southern Spear and microphones to justify the kidnapping of leaders like Maduro. But on December 22nd, 2025, in the heart of Bamako, we officially launched the shield for our minds, AES Television. We have moved from being consumers of foreign lies to being broadcasters of our own truth. Along with our new Confederation radio station, Gande Liptako, the voice of Liptako, we are reclaiming the narrative of the Sahel. We have instructed all public institutions to withdraw from Western media subscriptions that distort our reality. We are not isolating ourselves. We are sanitizing our information space. When the U.S. media tells you that the capture of Maduro is a victory for democracy, we will be here to show you the smoke over Caracas and the tears of the sovereign people. Africa is no longer begging for a voice. Africa is broadcasting its own destiny. They think they can control the world through the chains of interest and the ink of debt. But look at what we have achieved in this first week of 2026. While the imperialists use their banks to freeze the assets of our brothers in Venezuela, we have made a historic move to free ourselves forever. I have officially announced that Burkina Faso has cleared its external debt of nearly $5 billion. We did not do this by taking new loans from the IMF or the World Bank, institutions designed to keep us in a state of permanent begging. We did this with our own resources, our own gold, and our own sweat. Every dollar we owed them was a hook they used to pull us away from our sovereignty. By paying this debt, we have reclaimed the inheritance of our ancestors. To the leaders of the global South who are watching the tragedy in Caracas, do not fear their blockades. If you control your resources, you control your destiny. We have nationalized our mines and redirected the profits from the hands of foreign corporations into the pockets of our own people. We are proving that an African nation can be financially independent, debt-free, and unbowed. We have paid the price of our freedom. Now we are building a future that belongs only to us. The capture of President Maduro is a tragedy, but it is also a catalyst. They think that by striking one leader, they can stop the clock of history. They do not realize that in 2026, we are no longer isolated islands of resistance. We are a global front, from the streets of Bamako to the halls of the Kremlin, and now to the defiant heart of Caracas. A new covenant is being signed, not with imperial ink, but with the blood of sovereign brothers. The imperialists want a unipolar world where they are the only judge, jury, and executioner, but the sun of the multipolar world has already risen. While they focus on their southern sphere in the Caribbean, we have strengthened our ties with partners who respect us as equals. We have seen the silent partnerships growing. Russia, China, and the Gulf are all looking at the AES as the new anchor of stability in Africa. To my brothers in the global South, the kidnapping of Maduro is the final proof that we cannot stand alone. We are building a system that does not rely on their permissions. We are building a world where the wealth of the South stays in the South. They have their armadas, but we have the majority of the world's people. They have their sanctions, but we have the resources they cannot live without. The era of the puppet is dead. The era of the global South front has begun. As we enter this new year of 2026, I have delivered a message to our people that is as clear as the Sahelian sun. The era of transition is over, and the era of transformation has begun. While the world watches the U.S. naval armadas in the Caribbean, we have been working in the shadows of the bush to reclaim our dignity. Through Operation Lalmasca, we have built an ice wall against the enemies of our sovereignty. I have heard the whispered threats from across the Atlantic. They call our self-reliance a threat and our gold refineries a problem. But I tell you, in 2025, we achieved what they said was impossible: food self-sufficiency in the midst of a blockade. We did not achieve this with foreign aid or by bowing to the masters of the Caribbean. We achieved it with our own seeds, our own tractors, and our own blood. My ultimatum for 2026 is simple. Every inch of our territory will be reclaimed. We are digitizing our justice, formalizing our minds, and showing the world that an African state can be a reference point for digital governance and security. The U.S. sanctions on Venezuela are designed to make nations afraid to walk alone. Our answer is to walk together, so fast and so strong that their sanctions cannot catch us. We have already broken the chains. Now, we are building the future. My brothers and sisters, we have reached the end of the beginning. They want us to look at the smoke over Caracas today and feel a cold shiver of fear. They want us to see their Delta Force in the Caribbean and believe that resistance is futile. But I stand before you on this third day of 2026 to tell you that their southern spear has already broken against the shield of our dignity. History is shifting. The era where one capital could decide who eats and who starves is dying. From the streets of Venezuela to the red earth of the Sahel, a new covenant is being signed, not with imperialist ink, but with the shared resolve of the global South. We are no longer the backyard of any empire. We are the front line of a new world. I have made my choice. I have chosen to stand with the youth to reclaim our gold and to build an Africa that answers only to its children. To the youth of the world, I leave you with the words that define our revolution. If I fall, you move. When I fall, you rise. Do not let them take your sovereignty. Do not let them sanction your dreams. The fire we have lit in the Sahel is a light for every nation that dares to be free. Africa is rising. The global South is united. And this time, we are never turning back.
¿Cómo dirías? Me tengo que ir.
All right. As we move forward, we're going to see a revelation. And that revelation is the global South cementing itself within each other's providence and within each other's grip. You cannot fight a fight with one finger. You gotta fight, you gotta combine them all. And as Captain Traore said, it is an integral part of our survival to come together. Through unity, there is strength. Through disunity, there is poverty, hunger. Which one do you want? Obviously, the answer is unity. Because, as Traore said, the West, or whites, can't beat us when we are united. We are able to bitch slap the shit out of them. Economic slap, political slap, spiritual slap, and physical slap. The Delta Force don't mean a motherfucking thing if you got your own shit together. What they gonna do? You know, as much shit that they talk about Putin and the Chinese leader. Do you really think think that the United States government under the military is going to go into China and get Xi Jinping, or whatever the name is, or Putin? Are you fucking crazy? No, the Delta Force not going to do that shit because they know they're going to die. That's why. So get your gun. Don't let the police do what they want to do to you. They can't do shit to you. If they come onto your property illegally, and you haven't done anything, as they did in so many Black Wall Street, you fucking kill them. That goes with the National Guard that play a part in all of that too. They did not defend Black Wall Street. They were complicit in it. And from the president on down. Fuck you. So now we're gonna go on to the bodyguard who stole their president. The Maduro betrayal. It's so important, so important to make sure that the people you got around you are truly loyal. Because this is some shit.
Of what may be the most audacious military operation in recent Latin American history. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro is now in United States custody after being captured in the early hours of this morning. But as more information emerges, we're learning that this wasn't simply a military victory. This was a catastrophic security failure that began with those closest to the Venezuelan leader, his own bodyguards. The question everyone is asking tonight is simple. How did the United States pull this off? How did American special forces penetrate one of the most paranoid security apparatuses in the Western Hemisphere? The answer, according to sources close to the operation, is as old as warfare itself: betrayal from within. Multiple intelligence sources are now confirming that members of Maduro's personal security detail, the men tasked with protecting his life, were the ones who handed him over to American forces. These weren't low-level guards or perimeter security. These were elite bodyguards handpicked for their loyalty, trained to take a bullet for the president. Yet in the end, they took American money instead. Let's start with what we know about the timeline of events. At approximately 1:45 a.m. Caracas time, Maduro was at a secure location in the capital. The exact address has not been disclosed, but sources indicate it was one of several safe houses used by the president to avoid assassination attempts. These locations change frequently, and only a handful of people know the president's whereabouts at any given time. At 2 a.m., the first explosions were heard across Caracas. These strikes, as we now know, were diversionary. While Venezuelan military forces scrambled to respond to attacks on Fort Tiuna and La Carlota Airport, a much smaller operation was unfolding elsewhere. A team of Delta Force operators.
Hold on.
Transported by stealth helicopters, landed near Maduro's location. Here's where the story takes its most dramatic turn. According to sources familiar with the operation, these American commandos did not have to fight their way in. They walked in. The outer perimeter guards had been told to stand down. Security cameras had been disabled. Alarm systems had been deactivated. When the Delta Force team reached Maduro's personal quarters, they found only 2 bodyguards still at their posts, and these men immediately surrendered without firing a single shot. The entire extraction took less than 12 minutes from landing to takeoff. Maduro and his wife were aboard an American aircraft before Venezuelan military command even understood what was happening. By the time Defense Minister Vladimir Padrino Lopez realized the president was missing, the helicopters were already crossing into international airspace. So how did the United States flip Maduro's bodyguards? The answer lies in a sophisticated intelligence operation that began more than a year ago. American operatives, working through the CIA and Defense Intelligence Agency, had been systematically studying Maduro's security apparatus, looking for vulnerabilities. They found plenty. Maduro's bodyguards, despite their elite status, were facing the same economic hardships as ordinary Venezuelans. Their salaries, paid in worthless bolivars, couldn't buy basic necessities. Meanwhile, they watched as Maduro and his inner circle lived in luxury, flying to Cuba for medical care while Venezuelan hospitals lacked basic supplies. The resentment was deep and growing. American intelligence identified 3 bodyguards in particular who seemed susceptible to recruitment. The first was a senior member of the presidential security team, a man in his late 30s who had been with Maduro for over 6 years. He had a sick daughter who needed medical treatment unavailable in Venezuela. Despite his position, he couldn't get her the care she needed. The second was a younger guard, ambitious and frustrated by the lack of advancement opportunities in a system based entirely on political loyalty rather than merit. He had watched less competent officers promoted over him simply because of their family connections. The third was a veteran security official who had served under Hugo Chavez and had grown disillusioned with what he saw as Maduro's betrayal of Chavez's vision. He believed Maduro was a usurper who had destroyed Venezuela for personal gain. Making contact with these men required patience and extraordinary care. The approach came through intermediaries. In one case, a former colleague who had defected years earlier. In another, contact was made through a family member living abroad. The initial conversations were vague, testing the waters. Would the individual be willing to simply provide information? What about their concerns for Venezuela's future? Only gradually did the conversations turn to more concrete proposals. The Americans were offering life-changing sums of money. We're talking about packages worth between $10 and $20 million per person. But more importantly, they were offering something these men couldn't buy at any price: escape from Venezuela and a future for their families. The bodyguard with the sick daughter was promised immediate medical evacuation for his child to a hospital in the United States, with all expenses covered for life. Ambitious guard was offered American citizenship, a new identity, and financial security. The disillusioned Chavez loyalist was told he could live out his days in peace, knowing he had helped free Venezuela from tyranny. But money and promises weren't enough. These men needed proof that the United States was serious and capable of protecting them after the operation. So the Americans did something extraordinary. They extracted the families first. Over a period of several months, the wives and children of these three bodyguards were quietly moved out of Venezuela. Some left on commercial flights under false pretenses. Others were smuggled across the border into Colombia. By the time the operation began, these families were already safe in undisclosed locations. With their families secure and millions of dollars in escrow accounts waiting for them, the bodyguards agreed to cooperate. But the plan required more than just 3 men. A successful extraction would need coordination across multiple layers of security. So the 3 recruits were asked to identify other guards who might be sympathetic. The network grew carefully and slowly. By the time the operation was ready to execute, at least 8 members of Maduro's security detail were compromised. Some were active participants who would facilitate the American insertion. Others simply agreed to look the other way at critical moments. A few were told nothing but given instructions that would keep them away from their posts at the crucial time. The operation almost didn't happen. There were several false starts when Maduro changed his schedule or location unexpectedly. American forces were put on standby multiple times, only to stand down when conditions weren't right. The breakthrough came when one of the compromised bodyguards was assigned to overnight duty at the safe house where Maduro would be sleeping. This guard was able to provide real-time updates on the president's location and the disposition of security forces. He confirmed how many guards were present, where they were positioned, and most critically, which ones were part of the plan. When the Delta Force team received the final green light, they knew exactly what they were walking into. The actual operation was clinical in its execution. The outer security perimeter simply melted away as guards who had been paid off abandoned their posts or claimed they saw nothing. The Americans moved through the building, encountering no resistance. When they reached Maduro's quarters, the president was apparently asleep. He woke to find American special forces in his bedroom and his own bodyguards standing aside. There are conflicting reports about Maduro's reaction. Some sources say he immediately understood he had been betrayed and went quietly. Others claim he initially thought it was a training exercise or a test of his security team. One particularly dramatic account suggests He tried to appeal to his bodyguards' loyalty, reminding them of their oaths and the trust he had placed in them. If true, his words fell on deaf ears. These men had already made their choice. The extraction itself was textbook special operations work. Maduro and his wife were flex-cuffed, hooded, and carried to the waiting helicopters. The entire team was airborne within minutes. By the time the rest of Maduro's security apparatus realized something was wrong, it was far too late to respond. What's particularly striking about this operation is how thoroughly the Americans had penetrated Maduro's inner circle. These weren't peripheral figures or distant associates. These were men who stood next to the president every day, who knew his routines, his fears, his secrets. The fact that they could be turned speaks to the complete erosion of loyalty within the regime. It also reveals something important about the nature of authoritarian rule. Maduro's security didn't fail because of technological superiority or military overwhelming force. It failed because the system he built was fundamentally hollow. Loyalty purchased through fear and patronage is not loyalty at all. When a better offer comes along, it evaporates. The bodyguards who betrayed Maduro made a rational calculation. They looked at their options and chose survival and prosperity over continued service to a failing regime. They knew Venezuela was collapsing. They knew Maduro's grip on power was weakening. They knew that eventually there would be a reckoning. The Americans simply offered them a way out before that reckoning arrived. Now the question becomes, where are these bodyguards now? According to sources, they were extracted along with the American team. They're now in protective custody, likely being debriefed by intelligence officials. Eventually, they'll be relocated under new identities, their promised payments delivered, their families kept safe. For them, betraying Maduro was the beginning of a new life. For Maduro, it was the end. The man who survived coup attempts, assassination plots, and years of international pressure was undone not by his enemies, but by his own guards. The irony is almost Shakespearean. He trusted these men with his life, and they sold it for the price the Americans were willing to pay. This operation will be studied for years as a masterclass in intelligence work and psychological operations. The United States didn't need to invade Venezuela with tanks and troops. They didn't need to bomb Caracas into submission. They simply needed to identify the right people, make the right offers, and wait for the right moment. Bodyguards did the rest. As more details emerge, we're likely to learn even more about how this operation was planned and executed. There will be congressional hearings, after-action reports, and eventually, perhaps, books written by the participants. But the basic outline is already clear. This was a betrayal purchased with American dollars and executed by men who decided their loyalty had a price. The broader implications of this operation are still unfolding. What happens to Venezuela now? Will there be chaos or a transition? What about the bodyguards still in Venezuela who weren't part of the operation? Are they now suspects facing potential execution? And what message does this send to other authoritarian leaders about the reliability of their own security forces? These questions will be answered in the days and weeks ahead. For now, what we know is this. Nicolas Maduro is in American custody, his wife beside him, captured not through military conquest, but through the calculated betrayal of the very men sworn to protect him. In the end, his greatest vulnerability wasn't external enemies, but the weakness of the system he built around himself. This has been our special report. We'll continue to bring you updates as this extraordinary story develops. The capture of Nicolas Maduro through the betrayal of his own bodyguards marks a new chapter in the long and troubled relationship between the United States and Venezuela.
Wow. Wow. So it was betrayal of his own bodyguard. Unfucking real. I mean, I can understand it that they're looking at a man, Maduro, kid living a life. He doesn't have anything to worry about, eating very well every day, going to Cuba and getting his family checked on and checked out, making sure they're okay. And the average Venezuelan doesn't have that. I can understand. So as we move forward, I just want you guys to realize these facts on the world and global stage that for some people there is a price. For some people, we are seeing this being played out as well with Crowley. And Sankara was done in by his best friend, or Sankara, however you pronounce it. And it just behooves me to make sure that whoever you are in the political world, make sure your back is covered. Because there is a price that people will accept. And once they are accepted, betrayal is on the menu. And whatever happens after that is, one damn thing after another. So here we are. There is no fucking way he meant to say that. Well, who was that? J.D. Vance. I'll be right back.
Donald Trump has launched an illegal war against Venezuela. That's what this is. Let's just be honest. That's what this is. It's an illegal war, and it's one without any constitutional oversight, no congressional authority. And Donald Trump's own former military are calling BS on this. And J.D. Vance actually has come out and admitted what this is all about. I got some thoughts, too, about what this is really about. But let's just hear from this CNN military analyst about what he thinks.
As he had a conversation with the Secretary of State, and Secretary Rubio informed him that the kinetic action that everyone saw tonight was deployed to protect and defend those executing the arrest warrant. The action likely falls within the president's inherent authority under Article 2 of the Constitution to protect U.S. personnel from an actual or imminent attack. What's your thought on that?
Yeah, good morning, Victor. Well, it's a bit of a stretch, in terms of, combining a law enforcement action with what actually is a military action. So the actual removal of a head of state that has all kinds of ramifications from an international law perspective and certainly from a military perspective. But it is in some ways very similar to what was done in Panama back in 1989 with Operation Just Cause, when at that time President George H.W. Bush captured the de facto leader of Panama, General Manuel Noriega, and they brought him to justice with law enforcement personnel as well as obviously military personnel to help make that arrest happen. So there is some precedent for this kind of action within the U.S. History of these kinds of operations, but it is definitely a stretch to say that this was the protection of law enforcement personnel to conduct this operation.
Yeah, so he's saying it's a bit of a stretch. I mean, I guess there's precedent. Does it matter? Like, if the U.S. has done this before, I don't think we should be doing this. Shouldn't countries get to choose their own leaders? If this is okay, then why don't we just do it to Russia? What are we waiting around for? Or is it we only do it to weaker countries because we're bullies? Now, I know that this is not a good guy. But there seems to be no plan, too. And as I said, I have a thought about what this is really about. Now, Ryan Grim is reporting that it's important to remember that Trump genuinely believes and was told repeatedly by Marco Rubio that Venezuela had a hand in manipulating voting machines to help Biden win in 2020. What Trump did today must be understood in the context of that paranoid lunacy. So he's being manipulated by his own people about his own, about the own lies that he tells himself. And I don't think we're going to actually know what this is really about. Because remember,
nothing captures viewers' attention more than a whiteboard video. The most exciting news is that this Christmas you could...
These are the people now who are the reporters at the Pentagon. Do you expect Laura Loomer to get to the bottom of this? You expect Matt Gaetz to figure out what's really happening with Venezuela? These fools? Do you think these fools are going to tell you the truth about military action? No. Now, J.D. Vance actually, maybe we don't need them because J.D. Vance actually slipped up. Donald Trump announced that the United States has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela's leader. Went on to say that him and his wife are being flown to New York and that he's going to be doing a press conference momentarily. J.D. Vance said that the president ordered multiple off-ramps, but was clear throughout this process the drug trafficking must stop and the stolen oil must be returned. To the United States, Maduro is the newest person to find out that President Trump means what he says. Yeah, right. So J.D. Vance admitting here that this is really about stolen oil. I think that's part of it. I think this is partly about oil. I actually think this is what I really think it's about. When I tweeted this, but I'm going to say it here. This is really about Donald Trump pushing the limits of what the military will do without Congress and with just his orders. And I think this is heading toward a situation like what Netanyahu did in Israel, where Donald Trump is going to declare an emergency and try to stay in power indefinitely. And I guess I don't mean to freak you out, but we just have to be realistic about this. If he were to do that, who's going to stop him? Let's just be honest. Who's going to stop him? That's where we are right now. I don't know who would stop. Do you think I just don't is the military actually going to go in and say, arrest the president if he were to try to stay in power past when the Constitution allows him to? I don't know. I feel like that's where this is all headed. Now, Trump told Fox News that a second wave of airstrikes in Venezuela could happen, while Marco Rubio told Mike Lee he anticipated no further action. So they don't even know what the fuck they're doing. Thomas said, I know you guys don't like when I swear, but some of you don't like when I swear. But sometimes I think it's justified. In fact, sometimes it's the only word that makes sense. Now, Thomas Massie said this action were constitutionally sound. The Attorney General wouldn't be tweeting that they've arrested the president for a sovereign country and his wife for possessing guns in violation of a 1934 U.S. firearm law. Yeah, that is a reason why. That's one of the reasons why they said that they've arrested him. Now, Trump has said that Maduro is going to be heading to New York. They were indicted in New York.
Real quickly before we let you go, though, can you tell us where Maduro and his wife are right this second?
Well, they'll be heading to New York. You know, they were indicted in New York, and also.
So are they taken to a ship first, and then?
Yes, the Iwo Jima. They're on a ship, but they'll be heading into New York. The helicopters took them out, and they went by helicopter. A nice flight. I'm sure they loved it. But they've killed a lot of people. Remember that they killed a lot of people, and
a lot of Americans.
even people in their own country. They killed a.
Donald Trump went on to say, he kind of confirmed what J.D. Vance said about the oil.
Mr. President, what do you make of the fact that just hours before the airstrike, there was a Chinese delegation meeting with Nicolas Maduro, and we have yet to hear from China any sort of comment on the attacks?
I know nothing about that, but I have a very good relationship with President Xi, and there's not going to be a problem. And they're going to get oil. We're going to allow people to have oil. But we can't take a chance after having done this incredible thing last night of letting somebody else take over, where we have to do it again. We can do it again, too. Nobody can stop us. There's nobody that has the capability that we have. You know, when I watch...
Doesn't he sound drugged up and slurring to you? He sounds drugged up.
That war in Russia going on and on and on, and everybody dying. And it's like, it's primitive. It's primitive. It's horrible. It's horrible.
Could you tell us, Mr. President?
Okay. Now, this is part of the problem, is that They don't really have a plan. Fox and Friends asked Donald Trump, like, what is the plan? Like, who's going to be in charge now? And here's what Trump said.
Will you, Mr. President, throw your support behind opposition leader Maria Corina Machado, who, as you recall, won the Nobel Peace Prize and then in turn dedicated it to you for your efforts in pressuring Maduro? Are you going to fully support her to take over to run the country?
Well, we're going to have to look at it. Right now, they have a vice president, as you know. I mean, I don't know about what kind of an election that was, but, the election of Maduro was a disgrace, just like my election was a disgrace. 2020 was a disgrace.
See, it's all about oil, 2020, and power.
And, a real disgrace. Now, 2024 was too big to rig. But what he did was, his was open. I would say, frankly, you want to know the truth? I think Charlie would testify this. It wasn't a hell of a lot worse than what they did to us in 2020. It was our election was a disgrace in 2020, and everyone knows it. And now it's come out, and it's come out even in the legal forum. But it was disgraceful. He had an election that was a rigged election, and the people.
I am telling you, this is about a pretext for staying in power indefinitely. Now, this is there's this sort of, I don't mean to pick just on Adam Kinzinger, though I do mean to pick on him, but not just him. This is kind of the overall sentiment of some neolibs and neoconservatives. Maduro was never the legitimate president of Venezuela. The precision action by Delta to get Maduro without massive military occupation is how it should be done. This was the right call. May Maduro face justice and the people of Venezuela be free. I don't think this is the right call. I think we have an illegitimate president who is abusing power, who is thwarting congressional oversight, and making a mockery of our Constitution. And I think the Venezuelan people deserve to decide who gets to lead them. And it just doesn't, this isn't how you go about it. This isn't the way you do things. I don't think. Certainly, there are ways to influence outcomes without kidnapping leaders. And again, like I said at the top, why don't we do this to other countries then? Why Venezuela? Why not Putin? Why not China? Why not North Korea? Why only the smaller ones? All right, well, I'm gonna keep watching all this stuff. I'm locked in, baby. I'm locked in for the day in the studio. I didn't get any sleep, and it doesn't matter because this is really important. So we're gonna keep following it like we do all things, and stay tuned.
All right, so that would be the wrap on the latest news that is occurring in the world news circulation. Yeah, I'm lost for words. I really am. But we're gonna keep it moving and see where this goes, because I know exactly what I want to say and what I want to do in terms of what needs to be said. And it's all about perception and deception. And deception is more terrifying than perception because it actually determines what you see. And we're going to be covering all of that tonight. So our next video explained the mentality of the white boy by this white boy who was telling the truth in respect to how white boys and girls, grown men and women, but they got a little mindset. They have a mindset of a child. I'll be right back.
The white men are the way they are. And I think this guy does a great job in explaining
to people why European Americans act certain ways. I mean, there's a reason for it, right? White folks just don't wake up saying, "Yeah, I'm choosing balance today," just for no reason, right? There's always a reason, right? If you look hard enough, you can find the answer to why and everything, and that is how you fix problems. Is find the reason. You find the why, right? You look for why someone does something, right? And then you see if you can solve that why, right? And if you get to another why, you see if you can solve that other why. You always ask why so you can get to the root of the problem, because a lot of us, what we do is we react to the reaction to the reaction to the reaction, like a domino effect. You tip the first domino over, all the dominoes start to fall, but none of the dominoes other than the first one knows why it's tipping over and falling on the other one, right? But the reason why all of that is happening is because the first one decided to choose balance and tip over a domino, right? You got to get to the first domino and figure out what is that first domino and how can we fix that first domino in order to make it so we all can just stand up and be peaceful with the space necessary, all right, for us to be upright and perfect, all right? So without further ado, let's listen to this white man explain to us who are curious to why, not just reacting based off what they are doing now, but are really truly interested in the why so that we can either avoid certain situations or see if we can facilitate fixing or changing that situation. Because we can ramble all day on the internet about this person doing that person doing that, but if there's no solutions, right? If there's no, because the thing is, we're all adults, right? For the most part, that's the point here, right? And the thing is, we have a responsibility to leave a better world for our children. Therefore, we have a responsibility, as we are still functioning human beings, to leave a better future for our children. That's supposed to be the way it works. I mean, it ain't really working that way because so far, ain't none of our goddamn granddaddies and great granddaddies and great great granddaddies give them two shits, all right, about what it is, just leaving us nothing, all right. They've been busy trying to world conquer and dominate and survives dominators and all kind of weird shit. But now, as we're stabilizing as a civilization, as people are becoming more smarter, more intelligent, more aware how things works, we all need to start asking why and get down to that first domino so that we can make sure that shit don't fall. All right. Anyway, tell me what you guys think in the comment sections. Afro Think Tank, learn something, teach something. I'm out.
Okay, this is probably going to be a little bit of a long one for 2X. And talk about white men and why a lot of us end up the way that we are. I'm going to speak about it from the context of white Christian nationalism, what is basically what I grew up in. So first off, I grew up in a household where my dad whooped my ass a lot. My mom was very emotionally chaotic, unstable. And so from a very young age, we are taught as white men that authority is always right? So we're already starting to build the foundation of narcissism, right? Because I'm beating your ass because I love you. The parent cannot be wrong. This is their foundation for raising respectful little white boys. Can't go to mom and figure out how to regulate because she's either fucking mad or happy and not much in between. So then you learn to internalize your emotions and you kind of learn to turn that off, right? So then we have this foundation of a lack of emotional regulation because we cannot express ourselves. We cannot be contrary to what the rules are. So we have that narcissistic foundation. We have that violence foundation. And then we get reinforced through media, right? Who are all the good guys? Who is the standard? Growing up in the 80s and 90s and 2000s, generally it's the white man. You got white superheroes. You're taught, the cops are basically God's chosen. So cops can't do anything wrong. If they ever get pushed back, if they ever get, somebody running for them, whatever, that person is at fault every single time. So then we step into the white evangelical church where authority again is reinforced through the lens of white supremacy. They're not going to say that explicitly, but that's the foundation of the white evangelical church. And then you get indoctrinated at a young age with this idea that I am nothing without God. You hear it in all the songs. You hear it in all the fucking sermons and all this shit. So again, you have this foundation of violence, narcissism. You enter in the white evangelical church, which is also narcissistic. You have this reinforcement of violent authority. And then you also have your identity is wrapped up in, again, a white supremacist structure under the church. A lot of white men grow up with no identity outside of what is essentially forced onto us. And then when you're in the church, you know, my parents had me go on mission trips to fucking Mexico, Haiti. And so this idea gets reinforced, this colonizer foundation, that communities outside of whiteness need me. Reinforcement of whiteness is the standard. The white saviorism is implanted in your brain. And again, the church reinforces this over and over and over again. And then again, I've talked about this a lot in the white evangelical church. You have them preaching about how Christians are supposed to be in the world, not of the world. You're going to be hated because you're a follower of Christ, which reinforces the victim narrative while simultaneously reinforcing the narcissism. You pick up this duality of viewing ourselves, no identity, inherently narcissistic, while simultaneously being able to play the victim. And we see that playing out right now in a major way, right? White men, we have everything we could fucking ask for and more. And still, you see a massive outburst of white domestic terrorism. White men are the most dangerous population in America. For what? For what? So it's this idea that's reinforced from the Trump administration on down that somehow white men are the victims of these other communities outside of whiteness, which isn't fucking true. But if I'm the victim, if my parents are a victim of my behavior and their response is violence by beating our ass or emotional violence, that programming comes out of us as white men as well. So if I feel like I'm a victim of whatever made up fucking bullshit from a Klan goddamn government, then a response is I have to protect my rights by any means necessary. Bro, it's so fucking wild because we have all the rights, all the privilege, all the power as white men in this country. The patriarchy protects us. I said this yesterday, we are the main source of oppression in America. But our programming has us in this duality of being the victim and the perpetrator at the same time. We're not the victim, ever. I mean, I guess being a victim of our parents' violence when we're young and have no control over that. But outside of that, again, we have everything we want and we need. That's why it's so fucking crazy right now, because straight white Christian men are the most protected in this country. And straight white men are the ones that are going to churches and schools and supermarkets and all this shit and shooting up the place. So it's this constant feeding into the foundation of the narcissist victim complex, which just breeds violence and gives white men the opportunity to justify what the fuck we carry out, while simultaneously making it look like we need to be the saviors of all these other communities, while simultaneously making us think that we're the fucking standard based on how we were raised, based on how the news, the media portray white men, based on how a lot of people interact with us because they don't want the violent outbursts aimed at them. And so a lot of white men grow up emotionally and developmentally stunted. You got 30, 40, 50-year-old men with the emotional intelligence of a goddamn 7 or 8-year-old. And white men escape accountability at every turn, right? Because if I'm supposed to be the standard, which again we are fed, that's fed into our foundation from very little. If I'm supposed to be the savior, if I can ultimately be the victim and the narcissist, there's nothing anybody can tell me or hold me accountable to because it's all justified. through the foundational principles that were set in our family, in the white evangelical church, in this false sense of patriotism, white Christian nationalism, which is just violence. So violence is constantly reinforced. No accountability. The ability to be the narcissist and the perceived victim at the same time. And this is all programmed into white little boys from a very, very young age. All the misogyny, all the homophobia, all the xenophobia, the way we see our dads treat and talk about women, the way we watch our dads treat and talk about, black, indigenous communities of color, the xenophobia, like the list goes on. And still, somehow, white men will always figure out a way to victimize ourselves and carry out the most violence at the same fucking time. It's such a massive mind fuck. So I guess that's what I say.
Free Sudan! Boycott diamonds and gold! Free Sudan! Boycott diamonds and gold!
Well, you heard it. Hold on. So I'm going to give my little comment, and I'm going to try out my little media asset. Hold on. That's kind of cool. And this one. So, yeah, it's the bottom line of everything he just said is factual. That substantiates everything that I've been saying. White folks are fucked up in the goddamn head. They actually believe their existence is for the betterment of people of color. Ain't that a bitch? You just heard the white boy say it. You just heard him say it. That's all true. But at some point, what is the trade-off? Well, the trade-off is you're thinking you're doing somebody else a favor, but in reality, you are subverting their culture, their language, their everything. For what? For the greater good of white supremacy? That somehow, you got that in your mind that you're helping niggas to do better? Yeah, in their mind. In their minds. Because the white boy and the white girl are so mentally retarded. So brainwashed. So backward. And so knee deep to a gopher behind part in lies and deceit and deception about their own people that they believe they are white. They're not. They're not European. They're not Anglo-Saxon. They're not Saxon. They're not Caucasus or white. They're just bleached out black people. And I was speaking to a friend of mine the other day, and he concurred. He was saying, just imagine if these so-called children of ours, because they come from black people, if they were to have said in the beginning, before all the madness started, that we're black, we're not this, that, and the other. We're part of the African community, the global community, and start doing earnest work in regard to what the truth is. I think it would have been a saving grace for them to admit the truth and to live it, and to put in jail or to even kill those who bought into this so-called white supremacy ideology narrative. And he agreed. But, that's not the case. We know where we stand right now. That the white boy actually believe he's doing people of color, the vast majority of people in the world, because it's only about 100 million people or 80 to 100 million white folks on the planet now. It's going to get less and less. That they're going to be out of here. And like this guy said, it's a serious mind fuck. These people actually believe what they were taught in America, in the school systems of America, that they are believed to be the saviors of black folks. No. No, you're not. Now, I'm here to tell you that you are far from that. You can't even save your own ass, because now white people have painted themselves into a corner. You cannot get out of that corner. Right now, you must face the music. You must go through the fire of that death certificate your ancestors signed, sealed, and delivered to the present generation of you so-called white people. You have never created a civilization, a language, a world, religion, or philosophy. All of that was done by black people. And as far as I'm concerned, I wouldn't spit in your mouth to save your life. Because the world is just sick and tired of being sick and tired of being sick and tired of you no good motherfuckers. There are no good white folks, because the good ones ain't doing shit about the bad ones. That's just a smoke screen. Y'all playing the Wizard of Oz game, blowing smoke up everybody's ass, trying to look like you're copacetic and all of that good stuff. And you're not. That's just a cover of whiteness that says, well, we're good. We got some good white people. No, we're tired of that game too. So before we go on, I really want you to just think about all of what's going on and what will be happening in 2026. Massive changes in the world economies. All of Europe is broke. America doesn't have any gold back in its fiat monopoly money. The XRP, I don't know how that's going to go. We're going to find out. Bitcoin is going to zero. And so, what is being done with the $38 trillion in debt? Oh, they're gonna pass that on to everybody dumb enough to hold on to it. The global reset is in motion, and I covered that quite a bit and in detail in my previous video. So now here we are, Demetra K out of Houston, Texas, says white man says his ancestors will suffer consequences for what they've done to us. It's a 5-minute video, about a 5-minute video. I'll be right back.
Own people in regards to, white people are being less and less in population. Check it out.
Why aren't white people talking about this more? We are on the verge of global extinction, according to Wall Street Apes, the most reputable news source on X. As you can see, 100 years ago, we represented about 35% of the population. 50 years ago, 20%. 25 years ago, 15%. Today, just 8%. And in the United States of America, in 2046, white people will be considered a minority. Elon Musk is the only one that gets it. If current trends continue, whites will go from being a small minority of world population today to virtually extinct. I've come up with a solution that will actually prevent this mass extinction level event for white people everywhere. And it's quite simple. All you have to do is more. What is wrong with you? Just your wives. You can't get yourself because you're too busy running your mouth blaming minorities for all the problems. Just more. That's the whole game. That's why God put you on the earth and you're not doing a job. I did my part. I have 2 white little kids. Now, when the retribution eventually comes, they're going to have to answer for what our ancestors have done. But that's the whole fear for all of you. Otherwise, who cares? Who gives if white people are a minority in the future? It doesn't matter. The only reason why you care, white people, is because you know how you treat minorities. And you fear, rightfully so, what the f***'s going to happen to you in the future. Hopefully, my kids' friends see videos of me and they give them a f*** because they are in for a world of hurt.
So, of course, we had to bleep out a lot of it because it was very colorful, but it was like, make more children, right? Now, he said the end game is, yeah, we're going to get that back. You can, try to populate as much as you want, have as many children, but at the end of the day, we got to get that back. Now, of course, he said minorities, and we don't necessarily call ourselves minorities, but we got what he was saying. He was talking about us probably more so than anybody because the United States of America, white supremacy have done rather a lot of things to Black Americans. And so he's like, there's nothing you can do. There's nothing we can do as white people to escape what we got coming to us. See, I like people like him because he's not sleep. Well, and I would say this, they all know it. Elon Musk and all these other people, they know it. They're trying to avoid it. And that's why you see them legislating the way they are, but you cannot out-legislate the will of God. It is impossible to do. You cannot do what you've done to a whole group of people and other people all over the place and get away with it. White folks have been getting away with it, per se, for a very long time. And guess what? Time is up and they know it. So they're trying to do all these things. Oh, we got to try to suppress everybody else even more so, right? Make all these bills and take all these things away from them and make whiteness great again, right? That's why you're hearing even the vice president of the United States talking about we're going to stop apologizing for being white. It's like, man, is that your job to sit up there and openly? Because I know they do it underly, right? But openly spew white supremacist talking points. Is that your job? And by the way, you married to a whole Indian woman. I said a whole, not an Indian woman. So where does she fit in the larger scheme of things? Like I know you're feeding red meat to your base and things like that. But to this man's point, y'all got to get that back whether you want to or not. You don't get to tell, karma, the laws of the universe. Nah, I'm good. I don't want that back. And they know what they got coming back. You name it. They got it coming back. But like he said, listen, hopefully, everybody else will see these videos of me, basically speaking truth to power and all of that, and they give my children a pass. Well, you know what? I would say this, and I hope this for you, that yes, your children get a pass, because with that, it's not all white people who act like that. As I said, and I say all the time, white supremacy hates white people too. Because there are some white people that white supremacists, right? Like these oligarchs now, they don't think all white people are like them. In fact, they thumb their nose and look down on other white folks as well. If you think I'm lying, go visit the sticks of Alabama, somewhere deep in Mississippi, where there's a lot of white people on food stamps and, the ACA, the Affordable Care Act and all that. Yeah, the oligarchy, the white oligarchy, they don't care about them. They're going to be getting the harm for all these things that they're doing too. So yeah, but thank you, good man, for speaking truth to power and telling your people there's nothing we can do to escape what we got coming because of all the things that we've done. So anyway, for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel and my channel, The Demetra K Show, here on YouTube. Peace.
So now we are at the precipice of this, and hey, hold on. What's up, man? Can you hear me? Hold on.
I was on mute. I can hear you. I was on mute. My
Oh,
bad.
okay.
How you doing, man? Happy New Year to the
Yeah,
people
man,
out there, bro.
yeah.
Happy New Year to you.
Right. We're good.
Mhm.
But I've been covering. I'm pretty sure you heard by now. Maduro is under arrest.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. Okay.
You want me
And
to?
what
You
that
want me to?
means?
I just came in.
Yeah. Give your thoughts on it.
Okay, real quick. Hold on one second. This is what I'm thinking. Now, me and you've been talking over a year, so you know some of my basic premises, right?
Right.
Okay, with what I'm getting, I've checked numerous sources. There's no proof or evidence that Maduro is in charge of Tren de Aragua or the cartels. Now, as a
Right.
result, all of us here, anybody that I think will watch this show knows that the reason why the cartels, whether it's oil, drugs, or what have you, exists is because of the United States government. Or let's say the West, so we don't just say United States. But in
Right.
this case, the United States government, because South America is in the sphere of influence of the United States through the Monroe Doctrine, which was never
Right.
quashed, right?
Right.
So what I'm thinking is those of you who watch this show or watch anything I've been on, and as well as yourself, Brother Isaiah, know that I believe that there are many Trumps, clones, holograms, CGIs, doubles, twins, whatever you want to call it. However, they show him in other forms. And what I believe is the bad Trump had Maduro arrested, and that might not even be the real Maduro, because they needed distraction because of all the things that are happening with the EBS in the background and all those other things that's on deck.
Right.
So they needed to create a war that would distract everybody away from what's coming in the next few months. We've been waiting for it for years now. Some of us over 20 years, some of us just finding out about this stuff and so on and so forth. But the rumblings in the background are getting very strong that it's happening, and it's not going to be long. I have my faith in it. I believe in it. I've been following these things for a long time, and with the reset of the money being backed by gold and not oil no more, because
Right.
that was the preset to start another level of distraction, because as we speak, they can't do another pandemic because all that is being shut down and behind the scenes as well.
Right.
That's my take on that. I'm going to let you speak now.
Well, I can see that. You know what I mean? And the fact that the petrodollar or petroleum is not backed by the dollar anymore. So we are seeing a reset of global economic power structure that is now being resituated within the global context of the global South. And we haven't gotten into it yet, but we're going to be getting into the video where the global South, in respect to the new currency called the unit, which has a fixed 40% gold attached to it, that's going to just suck out every fucking ounce of gold and dust from the bin of America and Europe, because Europe ain't got no gold. And if they do got it, if they want the services of the global South with Russia within the helm of that, then they're at the mercy of the global South with Russia added in. And I don't believe, as of now, I don't believe there is a choice that Europe and America and Canada and Australia can make whereby they get to keep political and economic power, because your economic power dictates the the policy, laws, and regulations that are put in place to help not only those in the global elite of America and Europe and etc. to survive the storm, not only the reset and all of that, but you have to look at the fact too that who is really at the helm of it all, and that's Africa. Somehow, some way, the world has been fooled into believing that the white boy and the white girl are running things, when in actuality, they went to sleep for about 100 years, thinking that they can do what they want to do, when they want to do it, how they want to do it, and through that sleep, they did not know that the global South was planning to pounce on that pharaoh body of it, economic pounce and political pounce. Because you remember, Angola was controlled by Portugal for about 400 years. And oh boy, hold on, oh boy, has the table turned. Angola is now the head of state running it. And the global elite can go there and do what they want to do, when they want to do it, how they want to do it, and effect the laws. So if that little example can be made then back in the late 80s, early 90s, and now we're seeing the global South is joining the AES and the African movement toward one nation, the United States of Africa, with all of its resources and all of the resources of the global South. That is a major, major turnaround. And Traore, even though it was an AI of him, stated that the white boy, wherever he is, can't do it without us. Without a bullet being fired, without a missile being fired, the takeover is in effect. And it's not going to be long. I'm going to predict by the end of this year, 26, black folks will be back in our heavenly, swarthy kingdom. Yeah. It is over for the white boy. Fuck you, white boy. Fuck you, white girl. You just gonna get fucked. Because I can honestly tell you, if you look up and into the eyes of the gods of the earth, the black man and woman, the swarthy people, the gods of the earth, you're going to die. There's no more of what your ancestors did, because they had signed, sealed, and delivered your death certificate already. And you still don't see it. Or maybe you see it, you're just ignoring it, hoping that it'll go away. It's not going away. Karma is very fucking real. You cannot do what you want to do, when you want to do it, how you want to do it, and disrespecting God's chosen people.
Did you see the super moon tonight, brother?
Huh?
Did you see the super moon tonight?
Yeah, you know what? My wife was taking pictures of it, and I didn't see shit. And I was looking dead at it. I'm like, that's the moon.
That moon popping right now, bro. You might want to, if it's clear out where you at, man, you might want to go check it out, bro, before it get late.
I did. I stood right next to her as she was taking pictures. She was talking about there's an aura around the moon that is blue. I'm like, I don't see shit blue.
Hey, we all different, man. She might be in a different frequency than you.
My eyes are old now. I said, maybe so. I don't know. I saw a moon that I always see every night.
Uh-huh.
It wasn't no blood moon. It wasn't no blue moon. It wasn't no red moon. You know what I mean?
It's a super moon. It's big.
It's
It's close to the
silver.
Yeah.
It's the most closer point.
Yeah, well, I don't know if it is now, but supermoon means it looks big. Like, you know, you can
Oh, okay.
as
Oh,
long as
okay.
it's clear where you at, you can see it clearly without, you know,
Yeah.
nothing. Yeah, you can even
Right.
see some of the craters up there. Yeah.
Okay. All right, well, maybe she saw something I didn't see, but just like the goddamn they don't even talk about that shit no more. The UFO that's supposed to be coming. Hold on.
You talking about 3i Atlas?
Hold on. See, now I want to grab my gun and go and shoot their ass. But anyway, cause I hate that shit. They know better than you know what I mean. But anyway, I just roll with the punches. But yeah, what happened? I think. Let me throw this out on the table. I think they were just playing War of the Worlds 2025 version. Because you know, people were saying, "I seen an alien, bitch. You didn't see no alien, but I'm fucking Mexican." What the fuck are you talking about? You know what I mean? And I'm looking for the motherfucker in the sky. I'm here in the Dominican Republic, as you know. I don't see shit. But all white folks see some shit. They're always saying some dumb shit. And from what I could gather, what I said, this was the 2025 version of War of the World. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, War of the Worlds. The latest intel I've gotten on that, Isaiah, is this. The latest intel says, yeah, I'm sure you heard this before, but I'm going to add something to the end of it, whether you heard it or not.
Okay. Right.
A few days ago, I saw it was a decent video. It was very convincing. It was a picture of the 7 continents inside of an ice wall surrounded by it. And then the other continents that's outside of that ice wall. That's where they're saying all this celestial shit is coming from, not from space or in the water or, you know, some other place. In those places that we don't have access to because of that ice wall, if that's even true. I'm just telling you what I saw. I'm not telling you I believe it or not.
Right.
So it's just more information coming out every day as we speak. So that's a theory. I'm not going to tell you it's true. I'm not going to tell you it's false. I'm not going to tell you I'm going to look further into it. That's what I saw, and that's what I'm reporting.
Okay. Well, that ice wall, I as many times I've been on the plane, I know the Earth is round. You know what I mean?
It wasn't a flat Earth video though. It didn't say nothing about flat Earth. It was just saying that there's.
No, I'm just adding my little seasoning to what you're saying. But I don't believe in no ice wall either. That's just me. You know, it could be, it might be. It might be. It's like Harry, whatever the fucking name is. It might be. It could be. It is. Yeah, I don't know. But be honest, I don't give a fuck. As long as they ain't fucking with my money. I shouldn't talk like that.
You know what they're gonna call you next, right?
What?
They're gonna call you Tales from the Crypto. From the crypto, not crypto.
Yeah, from the crypto. Yeah, I feel you. Yeah, well,
you go into the next video you want.
Yeah. Okay. So we're at this juncture right now of Algeria. I don't know if you had the opportunity to see it.
No, I didn't.
But they
just give me a basic drop.
Huh?
Give me a basic drop. I didn't hear nothing about Algiers today.
Oh, okay. So Algeria, after 132 years of being ruled over by France, they are forcing the hand of France to pay up reparations. And for all of the people, and there was a cave where 1,500 to 2,000 Algerians that were trying to run from the French army or military, whatever you want to call them, into a cave, and the French didn't give a fuck. They just lit up logs and wood and all that until they filled the cave up, and everybody in that motherfucker died.
Wow. How long ago was this?
Woo! It wasn't Macron, but I'm just saying back then, it was like in the early 1900s.
Oh, damn.
If not in the late 1800s.
Where's France?
But you see, hold on, you see, I'm gonna play it right now.
Oh, okay, brother. Okay.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to History and Legacy Africa. Listen carefully. History has just been rewritten by the stroke of a pen. Algeria has officially passed a law criminalizing French colonization. From today, French rule in Algeria is no longer described as a mission or civilization. It is now legally recognized as a crime against humanity. The Algerian government is demanding an official apology and reparation from France immediately. For 132 years, France sat on the neck of Algeria, calling their occupation a civilizing mission. They told the world they were bringing light to Africa. But today, the Algerian parliament has dropped a truth bomb that has shattered the windows of the palace in Paris. This week, in December 2025, Algeria has officially passed a law that makes French colonization a crime. It is no longer a debate for historians. It is no longer a complicated past. Under the new law, the 132 years of French rule are legally recognized as a crime against humanity. From this moment on, anyone who tries to justify colonial violence, anyone who tries to glorify the good old days of French rule, or anyone who denies the massacres of the Algerian people will be facing the full force of the law.
Vender libros en Amazon ya no es lo que era antes. Las reglas cambiaron y la mayoría sigue aplicando.
France is absolutely furious. They are shaking with anger because this law does exactly what Paris has been too cowardly to do for 6 decades. It calls colonization what it really was: brutal murder. Let us look at the facts that France wants to hide. For over a century, millions of Algerians were killed. This wasn't just administration. It was a campaign of extermination. Entire villages were erased from the map. Their language was suppressed, their culture was stepped on, and their land was stolen to be given to European settlers. The law now recognizes that the French Empire was built on a foundation of African blood. The mission of civilization was actually a mission of destruction. France used to tell us we should be grateful for the roads they built, but they forgot to mention those roads were built to carry our stolen resources to their ships. Algeria has now stood up and said, "No more lies." The fire that started in the Sahel with the AES, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger has now reached the north. The anti-colonial hurricane is blowing across the Sahara, and France is finding it harder and harder to breathe. 2025 is becoming the year the French Empire finally starts to crumble. Now that Algeria has criminalized French rule, the world is finally looking at the horrific details that Paris tried to bury under the sand for a century. This new law isn't just a piece of paper. It is a criminal indictment of a system that functioned on pure terror. France claims they brought order, but the history books now opening in Algiers tell a story of planned extermination. One of the most demonic crimes revealed by this law is the enfumades, the smoking out of entire tribes. Listen to this. In the 1840s, when the brave Algerian resistance refused to bow, French troops under General Pélissier did the unthinkable. They trapped thousands of civilians, men, women, children, and even their animals, inside deep caves in the Dara Mountains.
Thousands.
They didn't go in to fight like soldiers. They piled wood at the entrances and lit massive fires. They watched as the smoke filled the caves. They listened to the screams of families choking to death in the dark. When the fires died down, the French soldiers walked in and found over 1,000 bodies piled on top of each other. This was not war. This was murder. And for 132 years, France told the world this was civilization. But under the new 2025 law, these generals are no longer heroes. They are legally branded as war criminals. France is shaking because they know that if they accept this law, they have to accept that their entire national wealth was built on genocide. They used scorched earth tactics. If a village supported the resistance, the French army would burn their crops, cut down their olive trees, and slaughter their livestock until the people starved to death. Historians now describe these as extermination campaigns, designed to break the spirit of the African man. But the spirit of Algeria did not break. By making this a crime against humanity, Algeria is telling the world that there is no expiration date on justice. You can't kill 1 million people and then ask for friendship without an apology. The law now makes it a crime to even suggest that the colonization had positive aspects. How can a mass grave have a positive aspect? For over a century, the French government operated like a giant machine of theft. They seized over 6 million hectares of the most fertile land in the country. They kicked the indigenous Algerians off the green, blooming plains and pushed them into the poverty zones, the dry, rocky mountains and the edges of the desert where nothing grows. This land was then handed over to the Pieds Noirs, European settlers who lived like kings, while the rightful owners of the land worked as servants on their own ancestors' farms. The law reveals a heartbreaking truth. France used legal terrorism to steal the land. They passed laws saying that if a family couldn't produce a piece of paper from a French office, which didn't exist before they arrived, the land was empty and belonged to Paris. Can you imagine the wickedness? They stole the wheat, they stole the olives, and they stole the dignity of the Algerian farmer. They built a little Paris in Algiers using the money from stolen Algerian soil, while the people who grew the food were starving in the hills. But look at why France is so scared of this new law today in 2025. By criminalizing this theft, Algeria is opening the door for reparations. If it was a crime, then the property must be accounted for. France is terrified because their economy is already drowning. They have lost the free uranium from Niger, they have lost the gold from Mali, and now their oldest colony in the north is telling them that they owe a debt that can never be fully paid.
Voice is simply faster, more natural, and more flexible than typing. He said he's voice-pilled, and I can see why.
The law also exposes how France suppressed the language and the faith of the people. They tried to turn Algerians into second-class Frenchmen who couldn't even speak their own tongue in government offices. But the law is clear. You cannot erase a nation. The colonial narrative that France developed Algeria is now officially dead. You don't develop a person by stealing their shoes and then selling them a string to tie their feet. For decades, in the late 1950s and early 1960s,
listen to this.
Just as Algeria was fighting for its independence, France conducted 17 nuclear bomb tests in the Algerian desert. Think about it. While the people were dying for freedom, France was detonating weapons of mass destruction on their land. They called it Gerboise Bleue, Gerboise Blanche, Gerboise Rouge, and Gerboise Verte. But for the people, it was nothing but death and destruction. Radiation doesn't respect borders, and it doesn't respect human life. Thousands of Algerian civilians, Bedouin tribes, and even French soldiers were exposed to unimaginable levels of radiation. And what did France do? They covered it up. They claimed there were no significant health effects. But today, in 2025, the people are still suffering. Children are born with deformities. Adults are dying from cancers, and the land itself is poisoned. France has never fully cleaned these sites. They just walked away, leaving a nuclear wasteland as their gift to a free Algeria. This new law doesn't just call this a crime against humanity. It opens the door for international prosecution and demands for massive reparations for the victims and for the environmental cleanup. France has always avoided a formal apology, always refused accountability, but Algeria has now forced the issue with the power of law. They cannot hide from the truth anymore. The anger in France is unimaginable. Their entire identity is tied to being a civilizing power. But Algeria is now legally proving that they were nothing but a criminal empire. This law makes it illegal to deny the lingering health effects or the environmental disaster left behind by these atomic tests. It is a legal hammer hitting the very foundation of French lies. The eyes of Africa are watching. If Algeria can stand up and make French nuclear crimes a matter of law, then who is next? The former French colonies in the Sahel are seeing that the fight for economic and military freedom must also be a fight for historical truth. The fire of anti-French sentiment is spreading like a wildfire, fueled by the truth that France built its wealth on African blood, land, and suffering. The dominoes are beginning to fall. What happened in Algiers this week, December 24th, 2025, is not just an Algerian event, it is a continental earthquake. For too long, France thought they could keep their crimes in a dark box marked history. They thought if they gave a few speeches and returned a few stolen statues, Africa would forget the blood. They were wrong. By passing this law, Algeria has officially declared that the era of colonial amnesia is over. The news of this law has spread across the Sahel like wildfire. In Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, the people are standing on their chairs and cheering. Why? Because they see that the anti-France campaign is no longer just about kicking out soldiers or selling uranium. It is about reclaiming the truth. Algeria has shown every African nation the legal blueprint. They have shown that you can take the master to the courtroom of truth and win. France is in a state of total diplomatic collapse. Their foreign ministry, the Quai d'Orsay, is calling the law a manifestly hostile act. Of course they are calling it hostile. The truth is always hostile to a liar. While the French economy is drowning, paying 3 times the price for energy, and losing their grip on African gold, Algeria has dealt them the most painful blow of all: legal responsibility. This law demands an official apology, the return of all national archives, and detailed maps of the nuclear test sites. France is scrambling because they know that an apology is the first step toward reparations. And with the way the French economy is looking in 2025, they don't even have enough centimes to pay for the ink on a formal apology. But look at the bigger picture. Across the continent, from Senegal to South Africa, the African giant is waking up. People are asking, if Algeria can criminalize 132 years of French rule, why can't we criminalize the crimes of our colonizers too? The narrative that Europe built Africa is being crushed under the weight of this new law. We are realizing that they didn't build us, they bled us. The Sahel states have already started this fire by burning their colonial ties. Now, Algeria has poured gasoline on that fire with the force of law. The French Empire in Africa is not just retreating, it is vaporizing. The eyes of Africans are wide open, and they are looking at France and saying, the hour of reckoning has arrived. The colonial mask has been ripped off forever. As we stand in the final days of December 2025, the French government is in a state of total panic. They are running to the United Nations. They are crying to the European Union, and they are begging the world to stop Algeria from implementing this law. Why? Because for the first time in history, a former colony has used the master's own tool, the law, to defeat him. France's entire reputation as the land of human rights is melting away like wax in the Sahara sun. This law has created a legal blacklist. Any French politician, any general, or any historian who dares to go on television and say that colonization was beneficial is now considered a criminal in the eyes of Algeria. France says this is attacking freedom of speech. What a joke. When they were smoking our families to death in caves, did they care about freedom? When they were testing nuclear bombs on our soil, did they care about rights? No, they only care about the law when it protects their lives. But Algeria has snatched that weapon out of their hands. The truth is, France is crumbling from the inside. Their economy is in a death spiral. Because the alliance of Sahel states, AES, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger has refused to be their free supermarket for uranium and gold, the factories in France are closing. The streets of Paris are dark, while the hearts of Africans are on fire. Algeria's move to criminalize the past is the final blow to France's influence in the present. It has sent a message to every puppet leader still hiding in Africa. The protection of your French master is gone. Across the continent, the Sahel fire is spreading. We are seeing youth in Africa saying, "We are next." The colonial narrative is not just collapsing, it is being buried.
Hold on.
Stop! Let me tell you about the Instadoodle Christmas offer. For just
For 132 years, France tried to make Algerians forget they were Africans. They tried to erase the memory of the blood, but this law ensures that the name of every martyr, the location of every burnt village, and the radiation of every nuclear test will be taught to our children as a crime. The era of France negotiating from a position of power is over. They used to force African leaders to sign bad deals, but how can you negotiate with someone who has legally branded you a criminal against humanity? The iron cage is empty, the lions are free, and the truth has become the new law of the land. We must understand the importance of this moment. 2025 will go down in history as the year the French warehouse in Africa finally closed its doors. From the military victories of Colonel Chiani and Captain Traoré in the Sahel to the legal victory of the Algerian parliament in the north, the message is the same. Africa is no longer for sale, and our history is no longer for hire. France is scrambling because they built their empire on a foundation of stolen blood and stolen land. When you take away the theft, the empire has nothing to stand on. Their economy is drowning because they can no longer steal our resources, and their pride is drowning because they can no longer hide their crimes. The mission of civilization has been exposed as a mission of plunder. To the youth of Africa, dignity is returning. The eyes of our ancestors are watching us. They are seeing the names of the general smokemakers being erased and the names of our heroes being written in gold. If Algeria can do it, every nation can do it. We are reclaiming our memory. We are reclaiming our soil, and we are reclaiming our future. The colonial narrative is dead. The lions of the Sahel and the North have roared together. The truth is our law, and freedom is our destiny. Long live Algeria. Long live the AES. Long live a united and truthful Africa. This is History and Legacy Africa. Like, comment, and subscribe. Tell us in the comments.
You got any comments, bro?
Yeah, sorry about that. That was a great piece, man. We now see the example that Traoré set. And shout out to those who came before him, like Thomas Sankara, those who don't get the name recognition in this day and age, because they were dealt with by the OFE 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 100 years ago.
Right.
And we now see that it's just time, bro. This is the time. And
yeah.
The barn door has been open, and you can't bring all the cows and horses back one by one. It's going to take time to bring them back.
Right.
So this is going to happen until the cows come home. And the cow is us coming home to our rightful place as to what we're supposed to have. So,
all right. There you go.
On point.
Also, I've said this to you and on the show that it's the black man and woman that whose place it is to reset the world back on its anchor, its foundation, because the white boy and girl have taken it off of its foundation, and that foundation is really easy to understand. Justice, ma'at, kindness, reciprocity, integrity, character. And this white boy has made good, bad, bad, good, justice, injustice, injustice, justice. The world is just sick and tired of these motherfuckers. Tired. We're done. We're not done. We're done. And the white boy and white girl say, what are the niggas doing? I mean, what are the black people? What are the black people doing? Are they talking? Are they doing something? No, we just minding our P's and Q's and saying fuck you, white boy. We're done. We don't have nothing with you. We don't have nothing for you but this ass whooping that you deserve. Whether you want to believe it or not, know it or not, accept it or not, karma's a bitch. It applied to everybody. And what you have sown, so shall you reap, white boy. Your ancestors, when they started this shit, unknowingly signed, sealed, and delivered your death certificate. You will never, ever be able to look at a black man, woman, child, baby in the face ever again. Because if you do, you're going to die literally. We're going to kill you. That will become an offense. You think I'm lying, you think I'm bullshit, that is going to become an offense. You can't look at God in the face. The black man and woman, we are the black universe filtered down in human form. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. And as we move forward, we can just say, fuck all white folks. So let's get on to the real deal. Now, this is the one where we're talking about, we had a really good discussion. I think that was on Thursday night, right? When we talked, something like that. But anyway, this is the 100-year secret, how your dynasty built a China opium fortune. I'll be right back. 8 minutes long.
Know these names. What you don't know, they all got rich the exact same way. Flooding China with opium, thousands of tons, millions addicted, 400% profit, and then they spent 200 years making sure you'd never find out. Some of America's elite families built their fortunes on a dark secret, the opium trade. And yes, that includes one of the most famous names in American history. Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the 32nd president of the United States, came from a family that made its wealth by selling opium in China. It's not something you'll find in most history books, but the Roosevelt fortune was tied to the very drug that fueled addiction and conflict across Asia. While FDR would later lead the nation through some of its toughest times, his family's past was built on a trade that left devastation in its wake. It's a stark reminder that even the most revered legacies have shadows lurking beneath the surface. The Astors were a name that carried weight, the kind of weight that came with gilded ballrooms and whispered deals in dimly lit parlors. They didn't just have money. They had the kind of fortune that could bend cities to their will, the kind that made presidents take their calls. And it all started with a single bitter seed, opium. Back in the 1800s, when the world was still raw and hungry, the Astors saw an opportunity. They didn't just trade in the stuff, they built an empire on it, shipping crates of the drug across oceans, turning pain into profit. The money poured in, thick and fast, and with it came land, power, influence. By the time the world decided opium was a sin, the Astors were already saints in the Church of American Wealth, their name carved into marble and gold. Now, generations later, the family still sat at the top, their hands clean, their history polished. But the truth? The truth was that every dollar in their vaults had once been stained the color of poppy fields. There's this little-known fact about Forbes magazine that doesn't get talked about much. Back in the day, the Forbes family made their fortune in the opium trade. Yeah, you heard that right. The same magazine that now ranks billionaires and talks about business success. It was built on profits from selling opium. The family patriarch, John Murray Forbes, was a key player in the 19th century opium trade between the US and China.
The wealth from that trade helped lay the foundation for what would eventually become the media empire we know today. So when you see that Forbes logo, it's not just about business. It's a legacy tied to one of history's most controversial industries. Kind of makes you look at those richest people lists a little differently, doesn't it? So let's talk about Yale's Skull and Bones Society. You know, that secretive group that's been whispering in the halls of power for centuries. Now, here's a twist you might not have heard. Some folks say the whole thing got its start with a pretty shady cash flow. We're talking opium smugglers, back in the day, when fortunes were made on the high seas, and not all of them were exactly legal. Picture this. The early 1800s, trade routes buzzing, and a certain family, the Russells, allegedly making bank off the opium trade. William Huntington Russell, one of the founders of Skull and Bones, came from a family that was deep in the game. Now, I'm not saying they were counting drug money in the tomb, but let's just say the timing and the connections raise a few eyebrows. The society was founded in 1832, right when the opium trade was booming, and suddenly these guys had the funds to build their mysterious little clubhouse, the Tomb, and keep it running for generations. Of course, Yale's not exactly advertising this part of the story, but when you dig into the history, it's hard to ignore the whispers. Money talks, and back then, it might have been talking in a language that wasn't exactly above board. So next time you hear about Skull and Bones and all its powerful alumni, maybe ask yourself, where did all that influence really come from? So here's the thing about Harvard's old buildings. They weren't just built with bricks and mortar. A lot of that money came from a pretty dark place. Back in the 1800s, Harvard was growing fast, and they needed cash to put up all those grand halls and libraries. Where'd they get it? Well, a big chunk came from the opium trade with China. See, American merchants, some of them Harvard alumni, were making fortunes selling opium to the Chinese. The British were doing it too, but these Yankee traders were right in the thick of it. They'd ship opium from India into China, despite it being illegal, and rake in the silver. That silver then flowed back to the States, and some of it ended up in Harvard's coffers. It wasn't just some shady backroom deal either. Respectable families, the kind who had their names on buildings, were tied to this trade. They'd donate big sums, and Harvard, well, they weren't about to ask too many questions. So when you walk through those historic gates, remember, some of that ivy was watered with opium silver. By the time the 1830s rolled around, American families weren't just dipping their toes into the opium trade, they were knee-deep. Picture this. A full tenth of all the opium flooding into China was being shipped, sold, and profited from by American merchants. That's right, 1 in 10 of those little chests of opium stamped with foreign marks had ties back to the States. Families with names that sounded as proper as any New England church had built fortunes on the backs of this trade. They weren't just bystanders, they were players. Big ones, moving product across oceans like it was just another commodity. And in a way, it was. The demand was there, the money was good, and the moral questions? Well, those got lost somewhere in the Pacific winds. It wasn't just a side hustle. It was a full-blown industry, and America was right in the thick of it. Warren Delano II was a man of ambition and cunning, a man who saw opportunity where others saw only risk. In the early 1800s, he carved out a fortune by smuggling opium into China, a trade that was as lucrative as it was controversial. The British had already made their mark in the Opium Wars, and Delano wasn't about to let such a profitable venture slip through his fingers. He worked the shadows, navigating the dangerous waters of international trade with a ruthless efficiency. The profits from his ventures were staggering, enough to build a 40-room mansion in Newburgh, New York, a grand estate that stood as a testament to his wealth and influence. It was a place of opulence, a far cry from the murky dealings that had funded its construction. Delano's name became synonymous with both power and infamy. A man who had played the game of global commerce and won, no matter the cost. His legacy was built on the backs of a trade that would leave scars across nations, but in the halls of his mansion, none of that seemed to matter. John Jacob Astor wasn't just rich, he was the richest man in America, a title that carried weight and whispers alike. His fortune didn't come from railroads or steel or any of the usual suspects of the time. No, his empire was built on something far more controversial, opium. That's right. The very drug that fueled both medicine and misery across the globe. Astor saw an opportunity in the 19th century when the demand for opium was skyrocketing, and he didn't hesitate. He traded it, shipped it, and turned it into a fortune so vast it made kings envious. Some called him a visionary, others a villain. But no one could deny the sheer scale of his wealth or the shadow it cast over his legacy. The Forbes family of Boston wasn't just another wealthy clan in the early 1800s. They were key players in a dark and lucrative trade. While their name might bring to mind old money and high society, their fortune was built on something far more sinister: opium. Shipping the drug from Turkey to China, they were part of a network that fueled addiction and exploitation, all while lining their pockets. It wasn't just business for them, it was empire building, and they did it with the same ruthless efficiency as any merchant of the time. The opium trade was brutal, but for the Forbes family, it was just another way to secure their place among America's elite. Their story isn't just about wealth, it's about how far some would go to get it. The opium trade didn't just leave scars, it tore through the heart of China. By the time the dust settled, the economy was in ruins, families were shattered, and millions were trapped in the grip of addiction. What started as a trickle of trade became a flood of suffering, draining wealth and hope alike. The streets that once buzzed with commerce now echoed with the hollow cries of those lost to the drug. It wasn't just a market collapse, it was a slow, creeping devastation that reshaped a nation. And the worst part? The damage didn't end when the trade did. The addiction lingered, a shadow that stretched across generations, a wound that refused to heal. China would carry the weight of those years long after the last opium pipe was broken.
Well, that's what happened. Got any thoughts, bro?
Yeah, one thing a lot of people don't know and who we didn't mention in this article, I'm going to give you another angle of everything he said. Who started the like he said, Delano Roosevelt started the Skull and Bones with a guy named William Russell. That wound up becoming the Russell Trust. And then that wound up becoming the Skull and Bones.
Right.
And the Russell Trust was in charge of the importation of heroin into China. And the Bushes, the Bush family, were the securitors, or the body, the basically the gunmen.
Right.
They weren't, and that's how they got their money. That's how they got their money started, and so on and so forth. So, like he said, I'm sure this went on for over 100 years. So there's a lot of pieces to it. It's not just something you can explain in 5 minutes.
Right.
But at the same time, that was a very sinister past. The research I did said it made the crack epidemic in the 80s in America look like a cakewalk in comparison. Because what Mao Tse-tung had to do in order to eradicate that was kill a whole bunch of people because it was hopeless. We also have to consider the drug dealers too, not just the users.
Right.
Because a lot of people, because they was getting so much money, didn't want to stop selling it either. So he killed all of them that he could catch. Right. I'm done.
Oh, okay. Well, let me season that up a little bit. It's important to be mindful that the white boy loved to lie. Natural born lie.
And killer.
Before this information, and it's been out, it's like it wasn't mainstream. So the people who are listening to and hearing the Roosevelt family, Delano, or Astors, or a whole host of other ones, are wealthy families and part of the Royal American elite, were nothing but a bunch of straight bitches. Straight bitches. And they gotten away with murder. Tens of millions of Chinese live and were lost, died, or were seriously addicted to opium, fracturing their economy and family structure, along with the deception of goodness and bringing that wealth back and stacking it up in the halls of Harvard and Yale and Princeton and all of this, making it look like they are were the, and probably still are by perception, they are the creme de la creme of business. and that was never the case. So the first drug dealer was a white boy, cleaned it all up, laundered it, opened up galleries and museums to make himself look respectable. But all the while doing that, after doing that and establishing himself as reputable, respectful, with a respectful name, turn around and tell you you can't sell drugs. Ain't that a bitch? Erecting laws, policies, and regulation in regard to that. So
they did the same thing after they legalized weed. You know how hard it was for brothers to get into the weed business? I'm talking about brothers who are herbalists, legit, college educated,
right.
doctors, and so on. People who have studied it, that wrote a thesis about marijuana and stuff like that. They did the same thing. They can't do it no more, so they stopped because now weed is legal in more states than not. So
Right.
now it's become kind of free to do it, but. I interviewed a dude in Boston about that. Went to breakfast and all that. We talked for hours. Yeah, they were having a hard time. And one was a doctor and one was an herbalist. Legit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I hold on, let me bring this up. Did it come up? Hold on. I don't know why it's not coming up. What happened? Oh, hold on. No, that's not it. Oh, it's on the background. Okay, in the background. So this, yeah, I don't know how do I bring it to the forefront. What's going on? All right. Well, anyway, I don't know what happened, but anyway, yeah. So if white people think that all the criminality of the present day generation and those before, we're just gonna forget about it. Yeah, don't worry, it's okay. Like Algeria, no, bitch. We remember. We're going to honor our ancestors and get revenge. China ain't never forgot what the white boy did to them.
And that's why they got. And that's why they import fentanyl like a mug, because most of I'd say 90% of the world's fentanyl supply comes from China. Remember during Trump's first administration, he tried to shut that down? They can't do it. Yeah, they can't do it. China got over 1 billion people. You shut down the factory over here or a mill over there, man, they open in something 1,000 miles away on the other side of the country.
Right.
By the time you get to that one, they already got 2 or 3 more going. You can't shut it down.
Right. And the fashion industry, Louis Vuitton, Gucci, and all of these high-priced luxury items and producers and manufacturers are getting their shit made in China.
Exposed.
Dirt cheap. And turn around and sell a Fendi, whatever the name, I forget the name, but it's a $50,000 bag made in China for $500. Hold on. Ain't that some bitch? Ain't that a bitch? Cost $300 to $500. You turn around in secrecy that is made in China that nobody ain't saying. But once that news got out, man, they were running like cockroaches. The fashion houses of Europe, trying to cover that shit up.
But
you mean a motherfucker?
As a people, that's our fault because the sales numbers haven't gone down on that. There's still people who buying that stuff, and they know that already. Anybody who's seriously into fashion knows that the markup on anything that's considered high end is like ridiculous. I know a guy. He wears all of the best knockoff stuff from those companies. He said, I refuse to buy, but he gets the best of it because he's into fashion. He knows
Right.
Nick knows all of that. So he knows
Okay.
what he's looking at when he see, even if it's fake. So something that might cost a regular person $2,000, he get it for $150, and you can't
Right.
tell.
Right. Right.
You know.
And why would you buy that? I was gonna say, why would you buy a $5,000? Even Rolex get this shit made in China, and turn around and sell it for $5,000. It's just fucking unreal. So, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. You pretty much went where I was going. Same thing.
Okay.
Just with a
Okay.
different product.
Okay. So we're gonna go to the next video, and this is the one where we were talking about the unit, the new currency of the global South. That's gonna be like a vacuum cleaner, cleaning out all of the gold out of Europe and America, Canada, and Australia.
Hey,
I'll be
listen,
right back.
Isaiah, there's something I
Yeah.
wanted to say from before, not from the last video. Real quick, it's a
Okay.
real quick
Right,
throwing
right.
that I'm going to throw here. A lot of people need to understand, as far as Venezuela is concerned, remember, more than half of South America is Brazil. And anything
Right.
on the, like I was saying with the Monroe Doctrine earlier, even though it's in
Right.
America, anything
Right.
in the South American country has most of the countries in South America share a border with Brazil, so their
Right.
influence is heavy too. And Brazil is the first letter in the BRICS.
Right. Right.
So
Right.
on whatever type of level, they have to get involved, because if you send in troops, allegedly, then you have to account for that, because you may have to fly over their airspace or get close to it. And flying
Right.
over airspace, there was no congressional decree on what happened yesterday or this morning. There was no
Right.
congressional decree, and if you get too close to somebody's airspace, it's considered an act of war. So this
Right.
could go a lot of different places, and this is why I think that's another reason why I think it's fake. Because in order to do something like that, you got to have agreements with the countries surrounding those countries. You can't just
Right.
go in and do what you want. Okay, I'm
Right.
done. I'm done now.
Right. No, that's a good point, because and it leads my mind into saying what needs to be said too, is that all of the global countries, the global South countries, are uniting under the banner of Africa, the United States of Africa, and all of the global South. So when we are looking at the global South, along with the Caribbean, basin and countries in the Caribbean, you are seeing a lot of those countries are ponying up to Traore in order to become united within the global South and the AES. So the only way to fight America or the West or whites is to unite, because we got all the resources. America ain't really got shit, and this leads us right to the new currency called the unit. I'll be right back.
Global financial system just changed forever, and the US dollar may have just met its biggest threat in modern history. BRICS has officially launched a gold-backed digital currency, and it's already shaking Wall Street, Washington, and the entire global markets. This is the unit. Welcome back to Cryptodecading, your home for deep, fast, and accurate crypto intelligence. Before we dive in, hit like, share, comment, and subscribe. It truly helps the channel grow. And for full reports, charts, and detailed breakdowns, visit our website, www.cryptodecading.com. BRICS has just deployed a new weapon in the global currency battlefield. It's not a coin, not a CBDC, and not a stable coin. It's a gold-anchored digital settlement currency designed to move global trade away from the US dollar. They're calling it the unit. As of December 8, 2025, this digital instrument is live in pilot mode across the expanded BRICS alliance. That includes Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, plus Egypt, Ethiopia, Indonesia, Iran, and the UAE. 10 nations. One mission: shift world trade out of the dollar's shadow. So, what exactly is the unit? Well, the unit is a blockchain-based trade currency built for cross-border settlement inside the BRICS network. It's important to understand it is not a replacement for national currencies. It doesn't work like Bitcoin, and it's not meant for everyday consumers. Think of it as a neutral bridge currency designed to settle trade without ever touching the US banking system. This is a tool for nations, for central banks, and for major corporations to conduct business on their own terms. It's a foundational layer for a new kind of global trade architecture. Now, let's talk about the secret behind its value. This is where it gets really interesting. The unit is backed by a 40% physical gold reserve. This isn't just a promise, it's a structural component of the currency's design. The remaining 60% comes from a basket of BRICS currencies. We're talking about Brazil's real, China's yuan, India's rupee, Russia's ruble, and South Africa's rand. Each of these currencies is weighted at 12% inside the model. And here's the clever part: this mix updates daily. This mechanism keeps the unit stable, diversified, and, crucially, politically neutral. It's not tied to the whims of any single nation's economy or political agenda. It's a collective asset, owned by the entire alliance. So how does this system actually work? Every single unit's value is calculated using a blockchain operated by RIAS, that's the International Research Institute for Advanced Systems. All deposits, pricing updates, and reserves sit on a permissioned blockchain. This means it's a closed, controlled network, not a public one like Bitcoin or Ethereum. In this system, gold serves as the ultimate anchor. It absorbs volatility when the member currencies move up or down, providing a bedrock of stability that fiat currencies often lack. And let me be clear, this is not a theory, it's not a white paper. It's already being tested in real settlement environments right now. And here's a massive twist you probably didn't see coming. The Unit Foundation appointed an AI CEO, not a human. You heard that right. They claim that having an AI in charge removes political pressure, the risk of corruption, and emotional, reactive decision-making. The idea is simple and kind of genius. A neutral currency needs a neutral mind to manage it. This is a bold step designed to build trust by taking human fallibility out of the equation. Whether it works remains to be seen, but it shows how serious BRICS is about creating a fundamentally different financial instrument. But why did BRICS build the unit in the first place? It boils down to one major challenge. They are tired of running their economies through the US dollar. For decades, the world has operated on a dollar standard, and that comes with a lot of baggage for other countries. Think about dollar sanctions, which can cripple a nation's economy overnight. Think about dollar volatility and how changes in US interest rates can create shocks around the globe. The unit gives them a way to trade without SWIFT, without needing US banks, without any exposure to the dollar, and with gold as the backbone. This is arguably the deepest and most structured move toward de-dollarization we've ever seen. The fear of dollar debasement is going global, and it's not just a niche concern anymore. Google Trends data, recently shared by Bloomberg, shows that searches for the term dollar debasement have exploded to record highs at the end of 2025. People around the world know something is changing. They feel the instability in the air. So, BRICS launching a gold-backed currency right at this moment is not a coincidence. It's a message. It's a direct response to a global demand for an alternative. They are tapping into a growing sentiment that the current system is fragile. This brings us to why gold is at the very center of this monumental shift. Global gold demand is at a multi-year peak. Central banks, in particular, are buying gold at a historic pace. Countries that are drowning in inflation and debt are moving back toward hard, tangible assets. What the unit does is push gold from being a passive reserve asset, something that just sits in a vault, to becoming an active settlement tool. It puts gold back to work in the global financial system. The more the BRICS alliance grows and the more trade is conducted using the unit, the more gold they will need to back it up. This could fundamentally reshape the global gold market forever. So, The big question is, could the unit scale worldwide? For it to go truly global, BRICS needs a few key things. They need synchronized rules, shared reserve pools, and fully integrated payment rails across all member nations. This is difficult because BRICS members operate under very different monetary systems. Some have strict capital controls, some let their currencies float freely, and others manage their exchange rates very tightly. Aligning these diverse systems is a massive political and technical challenge. And this is a big but if they manage to align, even partially, the unit could become the first real, functional, gold-linked settlement network of the digital age. Let's look at the bigger picture here. The unit is not about replacing the dollar overnight. That's not a realistic goal, and it's not even their stated objective. It's about building a parallel system, a system that Western influence cannot shut down, sanction, or control. It's an alternative rail for global trade. Yes, it's early. Yes, it's experimental. But it's already real, and it's already functioning. And it signals one thing loud and clear. The dollar's absolute monopoly over global trade is no longer guaranteed. The game is changing, and this is just the first move. If you found this breakdown useful, make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Your support helps us decode the biggest shifts in crypto and global finance. And for our full research, extended articles, and all the real data behind our reports, visit our website at www.cryptodecading.com.
All right. I took it upon myself, the onus, to really look for 3 videos, bro, that really broke it down as to what this meant. So this one is 16 minutes, and we're going to go right into, hold on. Which one? Oh, the unit. I might get rid of one of these because I don't think 4 of these really necessary, but we'll see. So you got any thoughts about that?
Not really. Basically what I said right before you went, it was like I almost predicted what you put out there because I talked about the BRICS and then it was like one of the first things he talked about. And is
Right.
in relation to Brazil and so on and so forth.
Right.
So,
Right.
we on point, brother. You can go to the next. I don't really have nothing to say.
It is like a little toy for me, man. I finally able to get the sound effect. But I'm still learning. You know what I mean. So it'll get better over time. Plus, this is my last month for using what's the name of this shit? StreamYard. So I got into this other one where I don't have to pay. I pay one time, and then it allows me to do what I need to do and be more fluid with it. You know what I mean? So I'm going to be using that. Hold on, let me see. I'll tell you what exactly it is. It's called vMix. And they got, if you can see it, yeah, they got vMix Social. So I'm taking, huh?
Are they new? I never heard of them before.
Yeah, relatively. They've been around for a good minute, but they got strong technical support and all of that. What I really like. Not to say that StreamYard doesn't, but paying $50 a month, that's $600 a year, and I can just ease right on over to the other one and be done with StreamYard, and it gets connected to all of the social medias. So I'm going to be doing that. But you really need a supercomputer, gaming computer that can handle it. So I'm glad I got this. What is this thing called?
You might need a Mac.
It's called, what the hell is the name of the computer I got? It's a gaming computer, but it's called the Predator. So it's strong enough to handle it, but we'll see how it works next month. So I want to cancel StreamYard and go right on over to vMix because it is powerful, man. Powerful. But yeah, let's go on to the next one. This one's 16 minutes. Then we'll be right back.
Holdback unit since October 31st. This is not a lab test.
This is not yet a public launch either. It is operating in what is called a pumpkin batch or pumpkin patch phase, where real transactions are being done in a controlled environment. They publish the data every day. They are using this unit on blockchain rails. They are using it alongside their national currencies.
Welcome to the Morning Markets and Metals with Vince Lancy, where each morning Vince brings you the financial and precious metals news to get you ready for your day. And now, here's Vince.
Good morning. I'm Vince Lancy. This is the GoldFix Market Rundown. It's Friday, 8/11. There's the home page. We have some breaking news, breaking at least for people in the West. The BRICS have successfully launched their new unit of account called the unit, or simply unit, and it is gold-backed. Today we're going to explain what it is, how it works, and why it may quietly mark the beginning of a new era in international trade. First, the markets. 10-year yields are up 1, the dollar is down 4, the S&P 500 is up 15, the NASDAQ is up 82, the VIX is offered unchanged. Gold is up $19, silver is up 86 cents, copper is up 7, almost 8 cents, big all-time highs there. WTI 59.75 down 4, nat gas up 16, over $5. Bitcoin 91,000 and change, Ethereum unchanged offered, platinum, palladium up mildly, and the grains are mixed. Okay, so we have 2 pieces coming out today. Collaborative efforts with Chris Marcus and Matt Riley. The BRICS Gold-backed unit has been successfully launched. That's the first piece. The second piece is the white paper that we put together. It's a white paper for unit design and walkthrough. The first is an academic white paper, as I just described, that walks through the mechanics in detail for anyone who wants to study the structure. The second is an essay that explains what this unit is, how it could revolutionize international trade, and why it is coming. The best part is simple. It's backed by gold. The second best part is that its success is almost overdetermined because it is built on an idea that was nearly adopted in 1944 at the Bretton Woods Summit, then pushed aside in favor of global dollar dominance and the IMF SDR system. It has taken 80 years, but this idea's time has arrived.
No, I didn't know that.
What we've been tracking over the past 2+ years, we've been cataloging and tracking a long list of BRICS-sponsored projects and building blocks, mBridge and the other unit collateralized money concepts, the gradual division of the world into 2 monetary zones, an eastern zone and a western zone, tokenized gold and the use of gold vaults as nodes in regional blockchain payment networks, progress on technological and payment rails such as BRICS Pay and BRICS Clear, and membership expansion and the agenda at each BRICS Summit. All of these has been a prelude. Today we can say something more concrete, something you can hold on to. The BRICS have been using their gold-backed unit since October 31st. This is not a lab test. This is not yet a public launch either. It is operating in what is called a pumpkin batch or pumpkin patch phase, where real transactions are being done in a controlled environment. They publish the data every day. They are using this unit on blockchain rails. They are using it alongside their national currencies. It is 40% backed by gold, and the main BRICS currencies make up the other 60%, 12.5% per each. There are no bonds in this market. There is no long-term debt in this market. The entire structure is priced in gold, not currencies, gold. The currencies are measured in gold terms. The gold is not being measured in currency terms, as I just said. That alone shows how the world is starting to flip. The trial has been running since October. The pricing began on October 31st and has been updated daily since then. The timeline may help explain why gold saw such a torrid rally into the end of October. The idea is now a working product. It is increasingly clear to us that if you do not have access to gold, you will find it very difficult to trade with BRICS nations in the future. In addition to that, you will likely need their currencies inside your own reserve basket in order to match theirs. That sets up a bridge between East and West. Something that
Now, let me say this, bro. After leaving Venezuela with Maduro under arrest, all the fucking silver within those 6 hours vanished. Ain't that a bitch? Gone in 6 hours. You know they had tons of trucks, I'm going to imagine. Something happened. Just like they did with Saddam Hussein. Hold on, we'll continue.
Hold on. Let me add this because you're making me think while you talk.
Hold on.
Adds up.
Go ahead.
What I want to say is this. It could be a white hat operation, and that was how they snuck all of it out, too.
Right.
Remember I said the first example earlier?
Right,
So,
right.
Yeah, I didn't do that silver part because the silver market right now is crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm done. That was it.
No. I mean, I feel what you're saying, but I'm hoping that the people who are listening can get a greater feel, if not a greater understanding of where we are, because all of this has to do with a war between white people and brown skinned people. And this is what this shit is. And from what I've seen, I'm just going to be blunt about it, we are putting white folks into the poorhouse. Period. If you ain't got no gold, you can't get no honey. And, I've been looking at a lot of plants that we consider weeds are really nutritional. Very good for your body to maintain health. Like the Bambara groundnut. And I'm starting to consume more of it, sunflower seeds, pumpkin seeds, but that Bambara groundnut and other, huh?
Dandelion.
I didn't. Yeah. It's a great defense against cancer. Yeah. Right. So if that is true, and it is, what I'm saying is that a whole nother correct industry of what we were doing before this pharmaceutical bullshit started and the lies started, that the incidence of cancer and disease in the body was virtually nothing. It is only due to corruption in the business world that gotten rid of all of these so-called natural food and plant-based supplement that you don't need to be swallowing pills all fucking day and night. It's right there in the fucking plant that has sustained civilization for tens of thousands of years. Ain't that a bitch? So what I'm saying is that in Santa Barbara, groundnut, and all these places or plants are natural God-given plants that are healthy. We're going to go back to that. Because it's not prevalent within the mindset of people. We know the first thing you do, you go to the store and get your vitamins and shit. When you can just be eating it. And it is absorbed quickly. So if anybody that's listening, Google the nutrient that the body needs to maintain itself and to refuel itself and to heal itself. And that's a part of the matrix, the dynamics of the plane in which we are living. I don't want to say plane, but you know what I'm trying to say. That knowledge is a motherfucker. If you don't know shit, then you're gonna be following knucklehead telling you got to go to the doctor and get this medicine, get that medicine. You know what I mean? At some point, you got to wake up and really start to think your way through. So hold on, let me get on back here, and we'll be right back.
Matt had called it in the past. The bridge may be called Embridge.
They run over some other branded platform. The label isn't important. What matters is that you will need gold to cross the bridge. Gold is becoming the password to international trade.
Total.
Today, we will publish those two posts by noon. These are collaborative efforts with Chris and Matt, as I mentioned. Chris first alerted us to this development yesterday. He is now literally, Arcadia Economics is now literally a part of the public record on it since their videos are featured on the unit official launch site. The other collaborator is Matt Riley, who, like me, focuses on market plumbing and understands the mechanics behind de-dollarization. He also was involved in those videos. You will see two posts today. One academic piece on the unit itself, and the other piece is going to be easier to sink your teeth into. From here, we shift into the regular weekend content. For the weekend, on top of what we're putting out today, you can see those two pieces up top. JP Morgan has released its 2026 outlook for base and precious metals. We have already done a write-up on gold and silver, platinum, palladium, and we will publish that in two parts over the next 2 days. Michael Hartnett has published his 2026 year-ahead synopsis. We will break that down for you over the weekend as well. Alongside that, we have several additional pieces lined up for subscribers. Last night, I sent an audio note to founders. I could share that with everyone, and I will. But I want to align it with the formal launch of these posts. It was exciting to record because after years of groundwork, what we're seeing is real. This is exciting for two reasons. First, gold sits at the core of this structure. Second, the architecture is serious. My excitement isn't about the gold. We know gold's going to be a part of it. But this is not a joke from what I can say. The BRICS have crossed their own Rubicon. They have a token, which is what the unit is effectively is, with a reserve basket in it. A blockchain pipeline. Payment rails that can, in principle, connect to almost any system on the planet, including FXCLS style platforms. It does not integrate with SWIFT. That is the point. The West is now building its own response, and in time it will be plugged into the system rather than the other way around. Now, to be clear, they're not restricting it from SWIFT. SWIFT doesn't have the ability to have assets in it. It's a messaging system, right? So they'll have to build something onto SWIFT to use it, but they will. It is real, it is powerful, and it can work. All this and more is coming over the weekend. Look for the two BRICS unit posts today at noon, and as soon as my co-writers sign off on the final collaboration. Spending a minute on the markets, you're seeing very, very wide ranges in gold and especially in silver. Down 0.5%, up 1.5%. This is the metals war as it manifests in the market. There is talk coming out of China that there is actual serious shortage of metal at the industrial level. And whether it's real shortage or artificially, it doesn't matter. The metal's not available. So that metal that was pulled out of the Shanghai vault does not seem to be made available. It's not being made available to its industrial base. So you are seeing a slow motion rolling squeeze. The reason I say it's slow motion, the reason I say it's rolling is because, as Eric, my brother from another mother over in Hong Kong, has said, and I've said, they're going to keep financializing the problem. So they're going to keep rolling and paying the backwardation. So they're going to start being taxed every month on the amount of roll they have to do. And the idea is they hope the metal will become available at some point. It will be released. It will be mined. It will be scrapped. It'll be something. And so they're going to do a slow motion because, and I'll say this to you as a trader, if they're doing that, that's very bad. And if they're doing that, that's because they don't have another alternative right now. Now, I don't say this with glee. That's what they've been doing forever. Rolling, deferring. But now they're rolling and losing money. They're rolling and losing money, not rolling and making money on their carry trades. And that's a sign of serious, serious stress. It's time to start looking at what happened to nickel and how it happened. And look to see how it got spiked higher. And look to see who suffered. And look to see what happened with the trades. Think about that when you start trading on this type of information. We are long silver, and we are in the money. But feel short. You know what I mean? Okay, so but this could drop again. This could drop 5% or rally 5%. We don't know. I also want to take a closer look at crypto next week and the altcoins, the ones that are going to be used for payment rails, like the Ripples and the Cardanos and what have you. Those are going to be, I think, important going forward. Okay, I'm Vince. Have a great weekend. Again, we have a lot of good stuff coming out this weekend. Talk to you later.
Well, thank you, Vincent, and thank you to each and every one of you at home who has joined us once again this morning for some more coverage of the gold and silver markets, where amazingly we are into December already, and the rest of the holiday is not all that far off now that we're past Thanksgiving. So, wow, what a year it's been, and I sure have enjoyed spending it with you throughout this year and these past couple of years and watching Vince every morning. So just hope you're having a great day out there, having fun. And before we wrap up, did want to thank today's sponsor, which is Fortuna Mining. That has also had a great year, especially if you're a Fortuna shareholder. That has gone well. And again, while I'm not able to give licensed legal financial advice here, to see a lot of these stocks turn around and really rally along with the prices of the underlying commodities this year has been a good feeling, and just happy for everyone who has had success. And might add, there was some news out of Fortuna this week where they announced that they're awarding the contract for the Séguéla mine plant expansion to Lycopodium Minerals in Canada, and also that the PEA technical report has been filed. This is the PEA for their Diamba Sud Gold project, which obviously we have talked about quite a bit on the show in our calls with Jorge Canosa, the CEO of Fortuna Mining. And fortunately enough, I have a clip of what he said about the Diamba Sud Gold project where they just filed that PEA, and let's take a listen here.
This is a project we're very excited about. We acquired this project for $60 million. No, we like the exploration potential. We like the Senegal for business. So it was a really cheap acquisition, made judiciously at the right time, and it's taken us, 2 years of hard work and a lot of drilling and engineering studies. So we find ourselves publishing this PEA that shows a very robust project, right? A 72% internal rate of return and NPV north of $500 million using $2,750 for gold, right? So on the engineering side, even though we publish this as a preliminary economic assessment, I can say that a lot of the project design is really at a DFS level. So the only component we're missing to brand this as a DFS, definitive feasibility study, is the fact that we still have about a third of the resources in the inferred category. So a big part of our program this year is infilling, so we can inform all of the financial models with measured indicated reserves, right? But we have a high degree of confidence on the $280 million that we believe building Diamba Sud will cost, and all of the designs and parameters that go around bringing this into production. So we just have to wait a bit longer, do our infill drilling, fine tune certain minor aspects of the study, and we should be in a position to publish in the second quarter of next year a DFS, definitive feasibility study, and with that, go public with a construction decision. We are not doing things sequentially at Diamba Sud. We're doing things in parallel. So in parallel, we're advancing with exploration to make this resource bigger and infill the inferred resources that we currently have. We're working in parallel with, fine-tuning the study. We're working in parallel with the permitting. We announced in the month of September that we filed the environmental impact study, and we expect the approval and certificate early next year. So we have approved a $17 million early works budget. So we're going to start building the camp facilities and other ancillary infrastructure that will help us de-risk the project timeline. So a lot of activities being conducted in parallel. Right.
Well, thank you, Jorge, and thank you to each and every one of you watching at home. I do sure hope you're getting set for an incredible and wonderful weekend and doing something fun with somebody you love or making a new friend out there. And in either case, we'll wrap up for today.
So that's you remember we were talking about, well, I was mentioning the 40% lock. You remember that?
Yeah, I remember it.
Yeah.
I remember it.
So
where they said they have each country has 12%, and then the other 40% is in trust or something like that, right?
Right. The 40% is in gold, and the other is in whatever currency that they're going to be using that you can switch in and out of, right? So when you're looking at the bigger picture of what is really going on, that the United States of Africa comes online, gets launched on February the 26th of this year, 2026. That means that all of Africa's resources, gold, platinum, lithium, uranium, all is being backed by the unit is being backed by all of that, plus whatever resources of the global south together. And the fact that Europe doesn't have any gold, and if it do, it's going to get sucked back up into the pockets of the global south. And there's no economic reckoning more powerful than that. That the global south doesn't have to invade shit. This is an economic invasion that doesn't have all of the vitriol of an army, tank, people, soldiers, planes coming in and doing what they're going to do because it can't be stopped. You feel me? And I've been a proponent of this a very long time. If you want to take over America, do it on Wall Street. If you want to take over America, do it on Wall Street and allow those countries in the global south who have people in the business sector who want to declare war on Wall Street in America or in Brussels or whatever the case. They can't stop because you can always have somebody on the inside being the secondary guy or people in America, Brussels, France, or whatever the case may be, to share in it. Because from what I'm understanding, if I'm not correct, and I might be wrong, but I think that the foreigner who wants to buy, let's say, 3M company, they can only get up to 40%. Well, hell, the other 15%, which would make it a 55% block, can be somebody on the inside. And that's not conspiracy.
They call that protectionism, right. And that's what Trump was doing when he started that Make America Great and started bringing the factories back. And in the country,
right.
The factories were in were complaining because they were saying, well, a lot of people want to work. We don't have nothing here. Most of the people that work that get a good salary work for your corporations.
Right.
So, and part of that also, real quick, part of that also included him bringing back the military. Because remember, they're spending money in foreign countries.
Right.
So if you bring back 100,000 troops and their dependents, that's easily 300,000-400,000 people who are spending money in the country as opposed to in Germany or in France or somewhere in Africa or something like that. They're spending their money here.
Right. Right. So the final reckoning, Elias, is really simple to see.
Go ahead.
The white folks, white people in general have gone to sleep for a year, or not for a year, for 100 years, thinking they're gonna always be on top. And lo and behold, they wake up and they're hearing all of this hooping and hollering and yelling and screaming. We won. That's niggas at the finish. The turtle, or I have a hard time saying the tortoise and the hare story. You can't go to sleep, motherfucker, when you're on top. You can't go to sleep. You gotta fight the power that be. To fight the power, motherfucker. So now it's over. Black folks, niggas, won politically, economically, spiritually, and physically. There are Africans in the diaspora from the continent that Troy said, come home. Those black folks who've been all throughout Europe, been all throughout America, were instrumental in helping them stay afloat. They don't have that anymore. All that brain power is back on the continent. The diaspora in America, do you know that there's a black guy who was instrumental in creating drones? That this motherfucker got 4 PhDs and 6 masters. I got it. I'm just now remembering that shit. This motherfucker got 4 PhDs. 4, not 1. 4. Not 5, 6 masters. I'm like, what the fuck? I thought I was smart. Yeah, he beat me by that, man. Yes, sir. So the brain drain is real. White folks are not smart. They're dumber than a motherfucker. They're only one step up from the monkey. They're getting all of their shit from who? From what? Black folks. And they demonize us like we're the dumbest motherfuckers on the planet. Bitch, please invite me on your show, bitch. I'll show you who's dumb. But anyway, we're going to go on to the next video, the 40%. This is 21 minutes. We're going to cut it like 10 and 11. So if you want to make a comment, then we can. If not, we just let it run. I'll be right back.
The silence. Have you noticed it? 6 months ago, the entire internet was screaming about the BRICS currency. Every financial channel, every news outlet, every Twitter guru was predicting that China and Russia were about to unveil a new gold-backed banknote that would replace the dollar overnight. People were waiting for a photo op. They were waiting to see Putin hold up a shiny new bill. They were waiting to see a BRICS coin that they could put in their pockets. And then, nothing happened. The summit came and went. There was no banknote. There was no coin. And the mainstream media laughed. They told you, see, it was all a fantasy. It was, the BRICS can't even agree on a lunch menu, let alone a currency. The dollar is safe. Go back to sleep. But I am here to tell you that this was the greatest misdirection in modern financial history. While you were looking for a currency you could spend at the grocery store, the East was building a currency designed to destroy the debt market. While the media was mocking the lack of a banknote, the technocrats in Moscow and Beijing were finalizing the code for a settlement token. They didn't build a currency for people, they built a currency for states. It is called the unit, and hidden deep in the technical white paper, a document that almost no one in the West has bothered to read, is a single rule that is about to break the gold market forever. It isn't a rule about spending gold. It is a rule about locking it. It is a mechanism that turns the entire BRICS trade bloc into a vacuum cleaner for physical metal. And today, we are going to look at the 40% lock. We are going to open the hood of this new machine and show you why the silence from the East isn't a sign of failure. It is the silence of a weapon being loaded. To understand the unit, you have to unlearn everything you know about money. In the West, we think of money as something you hold. You have dollars in your wallet. You have euros in your bank account. But the unit does not exist in the physical world. You will never hold one. You will never buy a coffee with one. The unit is what we call a unit of account. It is a ghost standard. Think of it like the SDR, special drawing rights, used by the IMF, but with teeth. It sits on a digital ledger between central banks. Here's how it works. Let's say Brazil wants to sell soybeans to China. Currently, they usually have to convert real to dollars, and then dollars to yuan. The US dollar sits in the middle of every trade, taking a fee and, more importantly, holding the power to sanction the trade. The unit removes the middleman. But it doesn't just replace the dollar with the yuan, because Brazil doesn't want to hold billions of yuan, which China can devalue, and China doesn't want to hold billions of real. They don't trust each other. So they need a neutral arbiter. They need a referee that cannot be printed, cannot be sanctioned, and cannot be devalued.
75% off and fast shipping. It's a spiral-bound, full-color book with 100...
This is where Sergei Glaziev, the architect of the system, played his ace card. He didn't just propose a digital token. He proposed a token with a hard anchor. I have the technical specifications right here. According to the proposal, the value of the unit is not arbitrary. It is mathematically defined by a basket. The basket is composed of two parts. 60% is a weighted average of the BRICS local currencies, the real, the ruble, the rupee, the yuan, the rand. This gives the token liquidity. It ties it to the local economies. But the other 40% is physical gold. Do not gloss over that number. In the modern banking world, a 40% gold backing is unheard of. The US dollar has 0% backing. The euro has 0% backing. Even under the classic gold standard of the 19th century, banks often ran on fractional reserves of 10% or 20%. But the unit requires 40%. Why so high? Because, as I said, these nations do not trust each other. India does not trust China. Russia does not trust Brazil. The only thing they all trust, the only thing that has no counterparty risk, is gold. So, to make the system work, to make India accept this digital token in exchange for its valuable exports, the token must be good as gold. Now here is the mechanism that the bullion banks in London are terrified of. We call it the lock. Under this proposed system, member nations cannot simply print units to buy things. If China wants to mint 1 billion units to facilitate trade, they must deposit the collateral into the central clearing facility. They must deposit the local currency portion, and they must deposit the gold. This gold is not for trading. It is not for leasing. It is not for hedging. It is collateral. It goes into the vault, and it stays there. It is effectively removed from the global circulating supply. It is locked to back the ledger. Think of it like a staking mechanism in crypto, but with physical bars. As the trade volume between BRICS nations grows, as more oil, more wheat, and more microchips are traded in units, the demand for units grows. And because the units are mathematically tied to gold, the demand for physical gold grows in a direct, linear relationship. It creates a permanent, non-sellable bid. Every time a new trade agreement is signed at units, a specific tonnage of gold must be bought and locked away to legitimize the settlement. This changes the dynamics of the gold market completely. For the last 50 years, gold has been a speculative asset. It goes up when people are scared, it goes down when people are greedy. Supply flows in and out of ETFs. It flows back and forth between London and New York. But the unit turns gold into infrastructure. It turns gold into the electricity that runs the trade network. If you don't have the gold, you can't mint the units. If you can't mint the units, you can't buy the oil. Therefore, gold exchange oil. But this leads us to the terrifying question. The question that keeps the JP Morgan desk awake at night. We know the mechanism, 40% backing. But what does that mean in tons? If the BRICS nations move just 50% of their trade onto this system, how much gold does that actually require? I did the math. I ran the numbers based on the 2025 trade volumes. And when I saw the result, I realized why the price of gold is refusing to drop. The amount of gold required to fund the unit isn't just a lot. It is more gold than is currently sitting in the registered vaults of the COMEX. I am going to show you the calculation. I'm going to show you exactly how many tons are about to be sucked out of the West. And I am going to show you why the supply shock of 2026 is mathematically guaranteed. I told you that the 40% lock creates a vacuum cleaner for physical gold, but vacuum cleaner is a metaphor. Metaphors don't move markets. Tonnage moves markets. So let's put the metaphor away and take out the calculator. We are going to estimate exactly how much gold this new system requires to function. To do this, we look at the intra-BRICS trade volume. According to the 2025 customs data, trade between China, Russia, India, Brazil, and the new members, Iran, UAE, Saudi Arabia, is exploding. A conservative estimate puts the annualized trade volume within the bloc at roughly $500 billion now. Let's assume a slow rollout. Let's assume that in year one, only 50% of this trade moves away from the dollar and onto the unit settlement rail. That gives us a transaction demand of $250 billion. Now, apply the Glaziev rule. To mint $250 billion worth of units to facilitate that trade, the member central banks must lock up 40% of that value in physical gold. What is 40% of $250 billion? It is $100 billion. And now let's convert that fiat number into metal. At a gold price of roughly $2,600 per ounce, $100 billion buys you approximately 38 million ounces of gold. Let's convert that to tons, because central banks speak in tons. 38 million ounces divided by 32,150 ounces per ton. The result is 1,181 metric tons. I want you to sit with that number for a second. 1,181 tons. Is that a lot? Let's put it in context. The total annual global mining production, every mine in South Africa, Australia, Peru, and Russia combined, is only about 3,000 tons. This one mechanism, handling just half of the BRICS trade, would instantly swallow nearly 40% of the entire planet's annual supply. But here is the comparison that should scare you. Go to the CME Group website right now. Look at the registered category in the COMEX gold vaults, the gold that is actually available for delivery. It usually hovers around 10 to 15 million ounces. Do you see the problem? The unit needs 38 million ounces. The COMEX only has 15 million. The demand from this single trade settlement token is nearly 3x the entire available inventory of the New York futures market. This isn't a squeeze. This is an extinction event for the paper market. Where are they going to get the gold? They are going to drain London. They are going to drain Switzerland. And when that physical float disappears, the price discovery mechanism breaks. The paper price says one thing, but the physical price goes to the moon because the unit bid is relentless. But the math is only half the story. The structure of the unit does something even more dangerous to the American hegemony. It creates what we call the Glaziev loop. For 50 years, the world has run on the petrodollar. You sell oil, you get dollars, you recycle dollars into U.S. treasuries. The U.S. government gets to borrow for free. That cycle is now broken. With the unit, we enter a new cycle, the Petrogold standard. Here's the loop. 1. Russia sells oil to China. 2. China pays in units. 3. The unit is anchored to gold. Therefore, Russia is effectively selling oil for gold. This bypasses the U.S. dollar completely, but it goes a step further. It creates an arbitrage mechanism that forces the gold price up. Think about it. If the price of oil goes up, the BRICS nations need to mint more units to pay for it. To mint more units, they need to buy more gold. So higher oil prices automatically trigger higher gold buying. The two most strategic commodities on Earth become mathematically linked. This is the nightmare scenario for the Federal Reserve. They can print dollars to suppress yields. They can print dollars to bail out banks. But they cannot print gold to settle BRICS trade. Every barrel of oil moved on this new rail is a nail in the coffin of the U.S. Treasury market. This triggers a phenomenon economists call Gresham's Law. Bad money drives out good. But in this case, it's the opposite dynamic in the vaults. Good money goes into hiding. The unit acts as a one-way valve. Gold flows into the BRICS central banks to back the unit.
If you're hearing these words, it's not a coincidence. Something powerful is moving in the...
Does it ever come out? No. Why would Russia or China ever sell the gold back? They trade the units among themselves. Gold sits in the vault as the trust anchor. It is the foundation, not the currency. So the gold enters the system and gets locked. Meanwhile, the West is still playing the paper game. We are leasing gold. We are rehypothecating it. We are selling paper contracts, leverage 100 to 1. We are selling the good money, gold, to buy bad money, consumer goods, and debt. The East is doing the opposite. They are selling the bad money, their exports, to accumulate the good money, gold. This flow is accelerating, and the launch of the unit is the moment the valve opens fully. The 40% lock ensures that every percentage point of GDP growth in the East translates directly into physical scarcity in the West. So we have established the math, 1 or 200 tons of new demand. We have established the mechanism, the oil-gold loop. It looks like the perfect storm for gold, but there's one asset that outperforms gold in this exact scenario. There's one metal that Sergei Glaziev didn't explicitly mention in the white paper, but which is historically the leveraged shadow of the monetary system. If gold is the shield that protects the BRICS nations, silver is the sword. Because while the central banks are locking up gold, the industry that powers these BRICS economies, the solar panels in China, the electronics in India, the missiles in Russia, runs entirely on silver. And there's a hidden correlation between the unit and silver that almost no one is talking about. I'm going to show you why the unit might send gold to $3,000, but it could send silver to triple digits. I'm going to explain the industrial monetary pinch that hits silver next, and I am going to give you the timeline for when the system goes live. We proved, mathematically, that the BRICS unit is a vacuum cleaner for gold. We established that the 40% lock puts a floor under the gold price that the West cannot break. But I know who is watching this channel. I know you're looking at your stack of silver eagles and asking, Archivist, that's great for gold, but what about silver? Silver isn't in the 40% basket. Did Glaziev leave us behind? If you think that, you are missing the most brilliant part of the trap. Gold is the shield. It protects the reserves. It protects the savings. But silver is the sword. You have to look at who is building the system. The BRICS nations, China, India, Russia, Brazil, are not service economies. They don't sell financial derivatives. They don't sell insurance. They sell stuff. China manufactures 80% of the world's solar panels. India manufactures the world's electronics and pharmaceuticals. Russia manufactures energy and weapons. And what is the one metal that is required to build all of those things? It isn't gold. You don't put gold in a solar panel. It is silver. This creates what we call the industrial monetary pinch. Here's how it works. As the unit system succeeds, the BRICS economies grow. They trade more oil, they build more factories, they export more goods. To export those goods, they need to consume massive amounts of silver. But simultaneously, they are using their surplus capital to lock up gold. This creates a double squeeze on the West. On one hand, they are draining the COMEX of gold to back their currency. On the other hand, they are draining the COMEX of silver to build the products that earn the currency. Let's look at the gold to silver ratio. Currently, it sits around 88 to 1. That means it takes 80 ounces of silver to buy 1 ounce of gold. This is a paper ratio. It is an artificial number kept high by the futures market to make silver look cheap and abundant. But what happens when gold is repriced by the unit? If gold jumps to $3,000 or $4,000 because of the 40% lock, do you think silver stays at $30? Do you think the ratio stretches to 150 to 1? Impossible. Geologically, silver comes out of the ground at roughly 8 to 1 compared to gold. Historically, the monetary ratio is 15 to 1. If gold goes to $3,000 and the ratio simply returns to the historical average, silver hits $200. But the unit accelerates this, because the BRICS nations know that a high gold price makes their currency strong, but a low silver price makes their industry cheap. So for years, they were happy to let the West suppress silver. It allowed China to buy cheap silver to build cheap solar panels. But that game is over. The inventories are gone. The vaults in Shanghai are draining. Now the unit creates a feedback loop. As the gold price rises, it drags the entire commodity complex with it. Oil goes up, copper goes up. And silver, which is the smallest, most volatile market of them all, does not just go up. It snaps. It is like a rubber band attached to a rocket. Gold is the rocket. It launches steadily, powerfully backed by central banks. Silver is the rubber band trailing behind. It stretches and stretches and stretches. And then, when the tension becomes too great, it snaps forward faster than the rocket itself. There is one more detail in the Glaziev white paper that the analysts missed. It is a small footnote about strategic mineral reserves. While the displayed backing of the unit is 40% gold, the implicit backing of the BRICS economy is their resource dominance. Russia controls the palladium. South Africa controls the platinum. China controls the rare earths. And together, along with Mexico and Peru, who are applying to join, they control the silver. There's a growing theory among forensic economists that the unit will eventually evolve. Phase 1 is gold. Phase 2 is a commodity basket. If they add silver to the basket, even at a 5% weighting, the game is over instantly. There's not enough silver in the world to back a global currency, even at 1%. But they don't even need to monetize it officially. They just need to nationalize it. If the BRICS nations decide that silver is too strategic to export to the West, if they decide to keep it within the unit trade block, then the price of silver in New York goes to infinity, because you cannot print conductivity. This is the trap. The West thinks it can fight the unit by manipulating the dollar index, DXY. They think they can fight it with sanctions. But they are fighting a financial war against a resource giant. Every time the Fed lowers rates, it weakens the dollar and strengthens gold. Not good for the unit. Every time the Fed raises rates, it breaks the US banking system and forces more countries to flee to the unit. It is checkmate. And silver is the piece on the board that the West forgot to guard. They sold all their silver in the 1990s and 2000s. They emptied the strategic stockpiles. Now, they are naked. And the East is standing there, holding the gold shield and the silver sword, ready to rewrite the rules of global trade. So,
now look at this. This is to be the last video. It happened. Venezuela's silver gone. 850 tons vanished in 6 hours. That's the equivalent of $2 billion in silver. And as the guy was just saying, that silver is the rubber band, and that America went into Venezuela not only for the oil, but chiefly for silver. I'll be right back.
Mechanism is built. The math is undeniable. The double squeeze on gold and silver is set. But there is one question left. The question that separates the theorists from the strategists. When? Is this a 10-year plan? Is this a 2030 vision? Or is the button about to be pressed? There's a date. There's a specific geopolitical window that opens in early 2026. And there's a specific event that will signal the launch of the unit. I'm going to give you that date. I'm going to tell you what the trigger event looks like. And I'm going to give you the specific strategy you need to execute before the 40% lock snaps shut on your portfolio. We have covered the mechanism, the 40% lock. We have covered the math, the 200-ton deficit. We have covered the silver squeeze, the industrial pinch. But none of this matters if you don't know when. If this is a 2030 story, you can go back to sleep. But if this is a 2026 story, you need to wake up right now. I told you there was a date. I told you there was a specific window of maximum vulnerability for the West. I want you to take out your calendar. I want you to circle March 2026. Why March? Because the unit isn't being launched in a vacuum. It is being launched as a counterattack. In March 2026, the United States Treasury hits what analysts call the debt wall. Trillions of dollars of short-term U.S. debt issued during the crisis are coming due and must be refinanced. The Federal Reserve will have to print trillions to absorb that debt or let interest rates explode. The BRICS technocrats know this. Sergei Glaziev knows this. They are waiting for the moment when the dollar is at its weakest, when the Fed is trapped between hyperinflation and default to flip the switch. It is a calculated ambush. When the U.S. Treasury is begging the world to buy its debt in March, the BRICS nations will announce that they are no longer settling trade in treasuries. They will announce that the unit is live, and the vacuum cleaner will turn on. But the date is just the window. The specific event, the signal flare that tells you the system has officially changed, will come from Riyadh.
Google VO3 ya está en Edimacor. Crea videos cinematográficos al instante con un prompt. Un avión futurista.
You need to watch Saudi Arabia. For 50 years, the deal was simple. The U.S. provides security, and the Saudis price oil in dollars. That deal is dead. Saudi Arabia joined BRICS for a reason. The trigger event will be a formal announcement from Aramco. They won't say, we are banning the dollar. That is too aggressive. They will say something subtle. They will say, effective immediately, we accept the BRICS unit for all energy shipments to the East. It will sound like a technicality. The news anchors will gloss over it, but you will know better. You will know that the moment that announcement is made, the Glaziev loop we talked about in Section 2 is active. Oil is now priced in gold. The 40% lock is engaged. And the drain on the Western gold vaults begins in earnest. What do? Knowing the date isn't enough. You need a strategy. You need to position yourself before the announcement, because the minute the news breaks, the physical market will freeze. Rule number 1. Possession is everything. When the unit goes live, the paper market, COMEX LBMA, will likely crash or disconnect. Rule number 2. Watch the silver ratio. This is the archivist playbook trade. When the unit launches, gold will move first. Central banks buy gold, not silver. We might see the gold to silver ratio stretch to 90 or 100. Do not panic. This is the slingshot. When the industrial reality sets in, when the BRICS factories realize they can't buy silver for their solar panels, the snapback will be violent. If you are holding gold, be ready to swap into silver when that ratio hits extremes. The unit makes gold the floor, but it makes silver the rocket. Rule number 3, the exit plan. This is the most important rule. When your silver hits $100 or $200, what do? Do you sell it for dollars? No. Why would you trade the asset that just defeated the dollar back into the dollar? The goal of the unit is to reprice the world in real assets. When you exit your silver position, you move into land. You move into production. You move into energy. You move from one hard asset to another. You never touch the fiat currency again, except to pay your taxes. That is how generational wealth is preserved during a currency reset. Ladies and gentlemen, the white paper has been written. The code has been audited. The 40% lock is not a theory. It is a mathematical gun pointed at the head of the dollar system. The West is trying to distract you. They are talking about interest rates. They are talking about the stock market. They are arranging deck chairs on the Titanic. Meanwhile, the East is building the lifeboat, and the admission ticket to that lifeboat is physical gold and silver. You have a very short window of time. We are in the calm before the storm. The prices you see on the screen today, $2,600 gold, $30 silver, are gift horses. They are prices from the old world. Soon, we will be living in the world of the unit. A world where money is defined by weight, not by faith. The vacuum cleaner is plugged in. The hand is hovering over the switch. And once it turns on, the metal isn't coming back. Don't be the person telling your grandchildren that you watched the reset happen. Be the person who prepared for it. This is Archivist. The 40% lock is engaging. Class dismissed.
Why pay over $2,000?
Did you hear that, bro? Elias, did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard it.
The
$2,000.
vacuum, right? But the thing is that the world has shifted from having faith in the dollar, which don't mean a motherfucking thing, to having it being backed by gold and silver and other assets that the global South are going to have. And come March, when the United States government starts to bark and yell and scream, buy the Treasury bill, bonds, and notes, nobody ain't going to buy that shit because they're not backed by anything. What they're going to do, they're going to switch on. They're going to switch on the unit and suck out every fucking ounce of gold out of America and Europe. It's on and popping, man. It's on and popping. So I really want to get, if you got anything to say, just say it now. I really want to try to get these videos up out of the way. This one is 21 minutes.
Yeah, I got something to
Okay,
say really quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Again, like I was telling you about the snatching of Maduro,
Right.
the war with the cartels. I believe that this war is really with the Mexican cartels, and
Right.
that they're using Maduro as a proxy. Okay, with that said, behind the scenes as well, something that's going on while that's going on is the unification or the fusing of the dollar with the BRICS through the Sara Jasara. And that's how come you keep hearing bubblings of, well,
here.
you're not in the country at the moment. So, sorry, I didn't mean to bring that up.
Well,
but the point I'm making when I say that is,
no, go ahead. Go. I'm sorry.
You want to leave that for another time? Okay. So with that said, the fusing of all of the economies backed by gold is happening through Nasara Jasara. And I believe that the president, the real one, is not saying, well, I mean, if you know how to read it, I believe it's being said indirectly, not directly, because that's what the tariffs and all of the trade wars they were having last year was about. You know, how to get the currency in a homogeneous way.
Right.
You know, without sacrificing the sovereignty of it at the same time, which is one of the announcements that came on one of your videos maybe an hour ago. So with that said, I yield, brother. We'll go on to the next.
Okay. No, that's a good point. Hold on. That's a good point. Let me shine a little light on that because I wasn't really thinking about that either. I'm glad you thought about it. That NASARA, which is the National Economic Security and Reformation Act, and GESARA is the global one for every country outside of America. Now we all know that there's been a lot of talk that Trump is not really Trump. He's a double this, double that. You know what I mean? And the whole nine about XRP and with him finagling perhaps the greatest Ponzi scheme in world economic history that is happening right now with the $38 trillion in debt that America has now. America as a whole is at least $200 trillion in assets. That's not taking away the $38 trillion that is owed. But that $38 trillion is owed amongst Americans. Now, whether you want to believe that or not, accept that or not, I don't know. and the fact that we have come a long way from the 1880s when and after World War. I'm sorry, not damn. The Civil War and the establishment of the inside information. I don't want to say information. The inside takeover of our country, and the fact that the Constitution was subverted to another Constitution that looked like the Constitution but isn't. So you got the establishment of the Federal Reserve, you got the establishment of the IRS, which is a fictitious organization that you don't owe any taxes to. Because the income tax, if there is one, it has to be apportioned among the states. And that's not going to ever happen. So when we're looking at the Federal Reserve and all of that, and that's a fictitious organization, and everything else that came along after that, and the fact that Trump played an integral part in the bankruptcy of the United States of America Corporation. So we went from maritime law to land law. So all of these things are important when you're looking at the bigger picture. So yeah, I'm just glad you mentioned that. But the idea is that are we now in a good position as Americans to get back the money that our birth certificates were traded in on? Because that's worth, if not hundreds of millions of dollars, it's worth tens of millions of dollars. So, and then, since the sleight of hand went toward America first, because I don't know any other country that matters outside of America, that the NESARA applies to every American. And what's going on now, as far as what Trump has done and continues to do, is the inflated imagery and power of the American corporation, who people probably think is still at play, but it's not. And so as we move into this global sleight of hand trick of America with the 38 trillion, and everybody that's holding the bag of those treasury notes are going to get fucked. That's the problem. So as the reset happens in America and in Venezuela, because that happened before in the 80s, I believe it was, where the bolivar lost 90% of its value. So if you had $100, you only got back $10. You feel me? So yeah, that plays a great role in what is happening, what we've been talking about all night. And I'm going to play all these. I'm not going to sheep shot nobody, because I want people to understand what's going on and the greater effect of all of that, even though I'm tired and a motherfucker. But I'm committed to getting it done. So let's go on ahead and do that. This one is 20 minutes.
Wait, Isaiah.
Yeah.
Isaiah, one more thing. I'm
Yeah.
going to say this really fast. Also,
Right.
remember, in March of 2024, the Pope rescinded the doctrine of discovery.
Yeah. That's a good one.
Right. Okay.
Right.
And that's all I wanted to say on top of everything you just said, which is right and exact.
Right. So the Pope is telling America to give back the land. Ain't that a bitch? That's some shit. So there's a lot of things.
Remember,
Right.
Catholicism was the Roman Catholicism is what allowed all these soldiers to go all over the world and enslave anybody who didn't praise God in the Christian way. So this is the world thing again. Africa, Australia, wherever there were aboriginals already.
Right. So There is a great awakening that is happening, man, and we can see that amongst our own people because from what I'm hearing in the streets of Chicago and across America in the black neighborhood, they're saying fuck the street. We're about our family. We're about money. We got power. You know what I mean? That's what it is, and I'm happy to hear that. You know. So yeah, let's go on ahead and go on into this one. This is 21 minutes, and I'll be right back. I'm just gonna play it all the way through. I'm not gonna stop.
For years, and I've never seen anything quite like what happened on December 8th, 2025. While most Americans were wrapping Christmas presents and arguing about holiday shopping, the BRICS alliance quietly launched something that could end 80 years of dollar dominance. They call it the unit. And it's not just another digital currency experiment. This is a 40% gold-backed settlement system that went live with zero fanfare from mainstream media. If you think this is just another crypto project, you're missing what's really happening here. Let me paint you the full picture, because what I discovered will fundamentally change how you think about money, power, and America's position in the world. Here's why every American should be paying attention to this. The BRICS alliance now represents 46% of global GDP in purchasing power terms. That's nearly half the world's economic output operating outside the dollar system. When these nations, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, plus Egypt, Ethiopia, Indonesia, Iran, and the UAE, decide to create their own monetary infrastructure, it's not just an economic move. It's a declaration of independence from American financial control. And unlike previous attempts at alternative currencies, this one is backed by something the US can't print: physical gold. The implications for every American are massive. When the dollar loses its monopoly on international trade, everything we import gets more expensive. Energy costs rise. Technology prices surge. The standard of living that we've enjoyed for decades because other countries needed our currency to do business, that advantage disappears overnight. Now here's where it gets really interesting. The unit isn't trying to replace national currencies. It's smarter than that. It's designed as a settlement mechanism between BRICS members, backed by a basket that's 40% physical gold and 60% BRICS national currencies. That ratio adjusts daily based on market conditions, but the gold component provides something no fiat currency can offer: intrinsic value that can't be diluted by central bank printing. But here's the kicker. This isn't just theory anymore.
Nothing captures viewers' attention more than a whiteboard video. The most exciting news is that this Christmas you can...
According to reports from the International Research Institute for Advanced Systems, they've built this on the Cardano blockchain network, making it technologically sophisticated and transparent in ways traditional banking systems aren't. Every transaction is recorded. Every gold backing ratio is verifiable. This eliminates the trust issues that have plagued international settlements for decades. Let me explain why this blockchain choice is brilliant. Cardano uses proof-of-stake consensus, consuming 99% less energy than Bitcoin's proof-of-work. For nations concerned about environmental impact and sustainability, this matters. The platform supports smart contracts that can automatically adjust the gold-to-currency ratio without human intervention. When gold prices spike or currencies fluctuate, the unit automatically rebalances. No committee meetings, no political negotiations, just mathematics. Here's what nobody is talking about. The unit system includes something called settlement corridors, direct channels between BRICS central banks that bypass correspondent banking entirely. Think about what this means. Right now, if Brazil wants to pay India for goods, that transaction flows through New York banks, London clearinghouses, and multiple intermediaries. Each step adds cost, time, and surveillance. With unit settlement corridors, Brazilian reals convert directly to units, flow instantly to India, and convert to rupees. No American bank touches the transaction. No Federal Reserve oversight. No Treasury Department monitoring. The numbers are staggering when you look at what's already happening. Russia reported in 2024 that 90% of its trade with China now occurs in national currencies, rubles and yuan, completely bypassing the dollar. China's cross-border interbank payment system, their alternative to SWIFT, now connects 4,900 banks across 150 countries. That's not a startup operation. That's infrastructure that rivals what took America decades to build. But here's what the mainstream media won't tell you. CIP's transaction volume hit 170.5 billion yuan in 2024, equivalent to 24.5 trillion. That's up 43% from the previous year. To put that in perspective, that's approaching the total annual GDP of the United States, flowing through a payment system that operates completely outside American control. Let me break down some specific examples that should alarm Washington. When Russia sells natural gas to China, payment now flows in yuan directly to Moscow's accounts at Chinese banks. When India purchases Russian crude oil, transactions settle in rupees through specially established banking channels. Brazil's state-owned Petrobras is exploring yuan-denominated contracts for oil sales to China. These aren't small trades. We're talking about energy transactions worth hundreds of billions annually. Most people are missing the real story here. Saudi Arabia, despite not officially joining BRICS yet, is watching this closely. Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has met privately with Chinese President Xi Jinping multiple times to discuss energy cooperation beyond traditional frameworks. Translation: they're negotiating the end of the petrodollar. When the world's swing oil producer starts considering alternatives to the petrodollar system, you know the game has changed fundamentally. The Saudis have been quietly diversifying their reserves and exploring yuan-denominated oil sales. If they flip, the entire foundation of dollar demand collapses. Here's another angle nobody's discussing. The UAE, now a full BRICS member, has become the gold trading hub for the entire Middle East. Dubai's Gold Souk handles over $40 billion in physical gold annually, and increasing amounts of these transactions now settle in local currencies rather than dollars. The Emirates are positioning themselves as the bridge between Western and Eastern financial systems, accepting dollars from traditional partners while expanding unit-based settlements with BRICS allies. Let me give you some historical context because we've seen this movie before, just not at this scale. In 1944 at Bretton Woods, the world agreed to make the dollar the global reserve currency backed by gold. That system worked until 1971, when Nixon closed the gold window, effectively defaulting on America's promise to convert dollars to gold. Since then, we've operated on pure faith. Faith that the US would remain stable, that the dollar would hold value, and that American military and economic power would enforce this arrangement. But here's why this time is different. In 1971, there was no alternative. The Soviet Union was economically isolated. China was still primarily agricultural. Europe was rebuilding. Today, we're looking at economies that collectively produce more than the United States, have massive gold reserves, and are technologically sophisticated enough to build their own financial infrastructure.
Now, let me say, he just said Europe was rebuilding. Do you know who funded that shit? Africa. A lot of people don't know that. They got that money from Africa.
The incident that worries me most is what happened to the British pound. For over a century, sterling was the world's dominant reserve currency. The transition to dollar dominance didn't happen overnight. It took decades, spanning 2 world wars and fundamental shifts in global economic power. But once it started, it was irreversible. The question isn't whether this transition away from dollar dominance will happen.
75% off. 2 bonus guides, tracked delivery. What's left to think about? It's a spiral.
The question is, how fast? Now here's what's keeping me up at night, and it should scare you too. We're looking at a self-reinforcing doom loop that gets worse with every turn. Here's how it works. As more countries use alternatives to the dollar, demand for US Treasury bonds decreases. Lower demand means higher yields. Higher yields mean bigger deficits because our government pays more to service the same debt. Bigger deficits require more bond issuance, flooding the market with even more supply. Meanwhile, fewer buyers means we have to offer even higher yields to attract capital. But it gets worse. Higher treasury yields make everything in America more expensive. Mortgages, corporate debt, government financing costs. This slows economic growth, which reduces tax revenue, which increases deficits even more. It's a vicious cycle that accelerates once it begins. Let me show you exactly how this doom loop manifests in real numbers. The US currently pays approximately $1 trillion annually just to service our national debt. Every 1% increase in average treasury yields adds roughly $320 billion to our annual interest expense. With $33 trillion in total debt, we're incredibly vulnerable to rising rates. Now imagine what happens when major creditors like Japan, China, and Saudi Arabia start diversifying their reserves into unit-backed assets instead of treasury bonds. The BRICS unit system is designed to exploit exactly this vulnerability. Every trade settled in units instead of dollars is one less transaction requiring treasury bonds as reserves. Every central bank that diversifies into gold-backed units is one less buyer of American debt. The math is simple and terrifying. But here's the part that should absolutely terrify you. The velocity of this transition is accelerating exponentially. In 2020, roughly 5% of global trade settlements occurred in non-dollar currencies. By 2024, that figure reached 15%. If current trends continue, we could see 30 to 40% of global trade bypassing the dollar by 2027. At that point, the doom loop becomes unstoppable because the mathematics of debt service become impossible to manage. Here's the part that should terrify Washington, and they know it. Central banks globally have been the largest buyers of gold for 3 consecutive years, purchasing over 1,000 tons annually. That's not coincidence. That's preparation for a world where gold matters again and paper promises don't. Think about the implications. Central banks are the most conservative institutions on earth. They don't make dramatic portfolio shifts unless they see existential risks to the current system. When the National Bank of Poland adds 90 tons of gold in a single year, when Turkey increases its gold reserves by 45 tons, when emerging market central banks collectively purchase 800 plus tons annually, they're sending a clear message. The dollar-based system is not sustainable long-term. China alone holds over 2,098 tons of officially reported gold reserves, though many analysts believe the real number is much higher. Russia has 2,336 tons. India holds 880 tons. Combined, BRICS nations control over 6,000 tons of gold reserves. Meanwhile, the US claims 8,033 tons, but when's the last time that was independently audited? When's the last time anyone actually saw Fort Knox gold? The timeline for this transition is accelerating faster than most experts predicted. The unit pilot program launched just weeks ago, but integration efforts have been in development since the 2024 Kazan summit. What we're seeing now is the operational phase of a plan that's been years in the making. But wait until you see what Putin just admitted about dollar abandonment. In November 2024, right after Trump's election, Putin publicly stated that Russia wasn't seeking to move away from the dollar. That was political theater designed to placate Trump's 100% tariff threats. But actions speak louder than words. Russia continues expanding non-dollar trade partnerships at record rates. They're playing a sophisticated game, talking cooperation while building alternatives. Here's what most analysts are missing about Putin's strategy. Russia has learned from the 2014 sanctions playbook. Back then, they were caught unprepared when Western financial institutions froze their assets and cut SWIFT access. This time, they're building redundant systems before they need them. The unit represents the culmination of a decade-long project to sanctions-proof the Russian economy. But it's not just about sanctions resistance. Russia is playing a much larger game. By anchoring the unit to physical gold, they're leveraging their position as the world's second largest gold producer. Russia mined 340 tons of gold in 2024, second only to China's 380 tons.
Learn Excel in 7 days and start finishing work earlier.
This course turns every lesson into quick, practical steps you'll want to keep doing.
Between them, Russia and China control nearly 25% of global annual gold production. When you back a new currency with an asset you produce, you gain tremendous leverage over its value and availability. The genius of the BRICS strategy is that they're not directly attacking the dollar. They're simply offering better alternatives, lower transaction costs, reduced counterparty risk, freedom from US sanctions, protection against Federal Reserve policy changes that don't serve their interests. When the alternative is clearly superior, the transition becomes inevitable. Here's another dimension that should worry American policymakers. The BRICS New Development Bank has committed $30 billion in local currency lending for 2025. Unlike World Bank or IMF loans that require dollar borrowing and impose structural adjustment conditions, NDB financing allows countries to avoid dollar exposure entirely. A country can borrow in units, invest in infrastructure projects, and repay in local currency or gold. No dollar risk, no Washington policy conditions, no Federal Reserve monetary policy exposure. This is where it gets really dangerous for every American. The Federal Reserve is trapped in an impossible position. They need to cut rates to support a slowing economy, but doing so accelerates dollar debasement and flight to alternatives. They need to raise rates to defend the dollar, but that crashes the economy and makes our debt burden unsustainable. Here's the mathematical impossibility that keeps Jerome Powell awake at night. With $33 trillion in debt and annual deficits approaching $2 trillion, every percentage point increase in average borrowing costs adds $330 billion to our annual interest expense. We are already spending more on debt service than on defense. At 6% average rates, not unreasonable if confidence in treasuries continues declining. We'd be paying nearly $2 trillion annually. Just in interest. That's more than all discretionary government spending combined. But here's the truly insidious part. The Federal Reserve's traditional tools become counterproductive in this environment. Quantitative easing, printing money to buy bonds, worked when the dollar faced no serious alternatives. Now, every dollar created pushes more countries toward unit-based settlements. The cure becomes the poison. Meanwhile, the European Central Bank is quietly exploring gold-backed digital euros. The Bank of Japan is studying blockchain-based yen settlements with Asian partners. Even America's closest allies are hedging their bets. When your friends start building lifeboats, you know the ship is taking on water. Trump's response has been typically blunt, threatening 100% tariffs on any nation that abandons the dollar. But threats are accelerating the very trend they're meant to stop. As Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov said, if the US uses force to compel countries to use the dollar, it will further strengthen the trend of switching to national currencies. Coercion breeds resentment and resistance. Look, I'm not a financial advisor, and this isn't investment advice, but I can tell you what I'm watching and what the data suggests. First, don't panic, but don't be complacent either. This transition will take years, possibly decades, but the process has clearly begun. The smart money is already positioning for this shift. Central banks are accumulating gold at the fastest pace in over 50 years. Sovereign wealth funds are diversifying away from dollar-denominated assets. Even traditional pension funds are increasing their precious metals allocations. For individuals, consider reducing exposure to long-duration dollar assets. Bonds maturing in 10, 20, or 30 years could lose significant purchasing power as this transition unfolds. Physical assets, precious metals, productive land, essential commodities historically perform better during monetary regime changes than paper promises. But most importantly, understand that we're living through a historic transition. The post-World War II financial order is ending. What comes next isn't certain, but those who prepare for multiple scenarios will be better positioned than those who assume the current system is permanent. The question isn't if the dollar will lose its dominant position, but when and how fast. The BRICS unit represents the most serious challenge to American monetary hegemony since Bretton Woods. With 40% gold backing and operational blockchain infrastructure, it's not just another proposal. It's a functioning alternative that's already processing transactions. What makes this particularly dangerous for the US is the snowball effect. Every country that joins the unit system makes it more attractive for others to join. Network effects work against the dollar once alternatives reach critical mass. When you can trade with Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, Egypt, Ethiopia, Indonesia, Iran, and the UAE using a gold-backed currency, why would you expose yourself to Federal Reserve policy risks and potential sanctions. The mainstream media won't cover this story with the urgency it deserves because it challenges fundamental assumptions about American power and economic stability. But the evidence is everywhere if you know where to look. Central bank gold purchases, trade settlement agreements, alternative payment systems, currency swap arrangements. The infrastructure for a post-dollar world is being built right now, transaction by transaction. Here's what's particularly insidious about this transition. Unlike previous currency crises that happened suddenly, like the collapse of the British pound in 1992 or the Asian financial crisis of 1997, this is happening gradually, systematically, methodically. Each unit transaction is small. Each central bank gold purchase seems routine. Each bilateral trade agreement appears bilateral. But collectively, they represent the largest reorganization of global finance since World War II. The implications extend far beyond economics. American foreign policy has relied on financial leverage for decades. Sanctions, asset freezes, swift exclusions. These tools lose effectiveness when target countries have alternative financial infrastructure. When Iran can trade oil for Chinese manufactured goods using unit settlements, traditional economic pressure becomes meaningless. Think about what this means for average Americans. The dollar's reserve currency status has allowed us to run massive trade deficits for decades without consequences. Other countries needed dollars to conduct international trade, so they were willing to accept our paper in exchange for their goods. That arrangement is ending. When the unit system reaches maturity, countries won't need dollars for international trade. They'll demand real goods in exchange for their exports, not paper promises. So tell me this. Do you think the BRICS unit will succeed in breaking dollar dominance? How quickly will other nations join this gold-backed system? And are you positioning yourself for a world where American currency is just one option among many? Drop your thoughts below because this conversation is just getting started, and your insights could help others understand what's really happening in global finance right now. The next few years will determine whether America adapts to this new reality or fights a losing battle to maintain an unsustainable system.
I'm 65, and today I'm trying my first.
All right, we are running it on down. This is 14. This is 21. Wow, this is 9 minutes. And this is, hold on. I might just put this on because I can't do it. Let me, but it's saying what it is. America stole 847 tons of silver in 6 fucking hours. Can you believe that, man? Hold on, let me see. Let me put that last video right here, and then people can watch it because I'm getting tired. But so, and then I can get rid of this one. So we down to our last 3. Are you still there, Brother Elias? Oh, you still
here,
still hanging on?
I'm still here. I'm still here.
Okay, yeah.
I'm doing stuff.
Okay.
So
okay. So instead of having 4 left, that last video of 30 minutes, I just put it into the comments. So if anybody want to check it out, they can just, put it into your search bar on YouTube and it'll come up. So we're down to the last 3. And this is what we were talking about. Gaddafi's sons returned to Libya. And you know what happened, man? France and America and whoever else killed 30,000 men, women, and children in some part of Libya during the so-called rescue democratically of America from Gaddafi. 30,000 people died. And this is why I say fuck France, man, fuck America. Now, how the fuck do you do? And then you get all the gold gone. I'll be right back. I'll let this run because this shit just pisses me off. I'll be back.
Unfolding in North Africa. For years, Libya has been known only for chaos, A nation torn apart after the fall of Muammar Gaddafi, a country the world wrote off as broken. People believed the Gaddafi era was finished, that Libya would never rise again, and that the Gaddafi family had vanished from the political map. But now the world is watching in shock because Saif al-Islam Gaddafi has returned to Libya, and his return has changed everything. This is not a rumor. This is not speculation. This is a reality the West tried to avoid. I have seen the intelligence reports. I have heard the conversations behind closed doors, and I can tell you this. Saif al-Islam Gaddafi's comeback is shaking Western governments, destabilizing old alliances, and threatening the political order built after 2011. People around the world are searching for answers. What is happening in Libya right now? Is Gaddafi's son really returning to power? Why is Saif al-Islam suddenly becoming a threat again? Why is the West worried about his comeback? I will tell you why. Because Saif al-Islam is not returning as a forgotten figure. He is returning as a symbol of Libya before foreign intervention, a symbol of a sovereign Africa that refused to kneel, and a symbol of a legacy the world tried to erase but never succeeded. Saif al-Islam's presence terrifies those who believed Libya would remain fragmented forever. They fear a Libya that remembers who it was. They fear a Libya that becomes united again. They fear a Libya that rejects foreign control. And I warn them today, Saif al-Islam's comeback is not just a Libyan event. It is a signal, a message, a turning point for Africa. The West is worried, and they are right to be. When I look at Libya today, I do not see a country that collapsed by accident. I see a nation that was targeted, reshaped, and destabilized because it refused to bend its knee. Before 2011, Libya was not the failed state that the world sees now. It was one of Africa's strongest nations, led by Muammar Gaddafi, a man who tried to take Libya and the entire continent beyond the reach of foreign power. People forget what Libya looked like before the war. They forget the free education, the free healthcare, the housing programs, the massive infrastructure, the African development projects, the oil wealth that stayed inside the country. They forget that Libya was preparing a gold-backed African currency, something that threatened the global financial system. They forget that Gaddafi pushed Africa toward unity and independence. The West did not forget, and they reacted.
Libya, a nation steeped in ancient history, became a focal point of global attention under the leadership of Muammar Gaddafi.
When foreign powers intervened in Libya under the banner of freedom, they didn't bring stability. They brought the collapse of a functioning nation. They destroyed the Libyan state, divided its people, empowered militias, and opened the door for years of war. The Libya we see today, fragmented, unstable, overrun by rival factions, is not the Libya that existed under Gaddafi.
From public addresses to civil unrest marked a pivotal moment in the nation's trajectory. Military activity became a more common sight, reflecting the escalating tensions across the country.
¿Sabías que Amazon tiene un fondo mensual que ha superado los 55 millones de dólares para pagarle a las personas?
Beyond the cities, the vast desert landscape also bore witness to the movement of military forces.
It is the Libya that foreign intervention created, and this is why Saif al-Islam's return is shaking governments around the world, because Saif represents the Libya before the fall, the Libya the world cannot afford to remember. I warn those who pretend not to understand. Libya was not destroyed because it was weak. Libya was destroyed because it was strong. And now, with Saif al-Islam stepping back into the picture, those same powers fear that Libya may rise again, this time with the memory of what it used to be and the anger of what it has become. This is why Western nations are restless.
Muammar Gaddafi and the events in Libya continue to be a subject of historical debate and analysis.
This is why they monitor every development in Libya. This is why Saif's comeback is treated not as a political event, but as a geopolitical threat. Because a nation that once stood tall can stand tall again. And that is what they fear the most. After Libya fell apart in 2011, the world thought the Gaddafi story had ended. They believed the Gaddafi family had no future, no influence, no pathway back into Libya's political arena. And out of all of Gaddafi's sons, Saif al-Islam was the one the world expected to vanish completely. But I know something many analysts refuse to admit. Saif did not disappear because he was defeated. He disappeared because the world was watching him too closely. When Libya collapsed, every foreign power wanted Saif silenced. They feared his intelligence, his political skill, and the loyalty he still commanded inside the country. They feared he would unite the tribes. They feared he would expose what really happened to Libya. They feared he would return stronger than before. So the world created their own stories. Saif is gone. Saif is finished. Saif will never rise again. But inside Libya, something different was happening. Tribal elders whispered that Saif al-Islam was alive. Communities loyal to his father protected him. Regions untouched by foreign influence sheltered him from the chaos. And the more the West tried to erase him, the more Libyans remembered him. I tell you this from experience. When a leader becomes a symbol, removing him from the public eye only increases his power. A man in silence becomes a legend. A man who survives the storm becomes a threat. Saif's disappearance was not a sign of weakness, it was a sign of transformation. He watched Libya's downfall. He saw militias rising. He saw foreign governments carving up his country. He saw how the revolution that promised freedom delivered instability, humiliation, and division. And in that silence, he understood something powerful. Libya would one day need a figure who carried both the memory of the past and the vision for the future. This is what experts fail to understand. Saif did not vanish. He evolved. And when a man evolves in the shadows of war, foreign powers should never assume he is gone. They should prepare for the day he steps back into the light. That day has come, and none of the nations that interfered in Libya are ready for what comes next. When Saif al-Islam Gaddafi finally stepped back into the public eye, the world was not prepared. Not Libya's rival factions, not the governments that interfered in the country, not the analysts who spent years insisting he had no future. His reappearance was more than a political event. It was a moment that shattered the narrative written after 2011. I remember the first images that surfaced. Saif standing calmly, speaking with the quiet authority of a man who had survived what others could not. That single moment changed the energy across the entire region. Libya felt it. Africa felt it. And make no mistake, the West felt it most of all. Why? Because Saif returned not as a man searching for relevance, but as a man carrying a legacy. He returned as the son of Muammar Gaddafi. He returned as the symbol of a Libya before foreign intervention. He returned as a voice that could unite tribes, settle disputes, and rebuild a nation that outsiders believed would remain in chaos forever. And when Saif announced his intention to run for president, that was the moment Western governments realized they had underestimated him. They believed Libya could be controlled through factions and divisions. They believed the country would remain weakened for decades. They believed no powerful figure could rise from the ruins. They were wrong. I saw the reactions. Embassies began sending urgent cables. Think tanks issued rushed reports. Foreign media scrambled to reinterpret the Libyan story they had shaped for a decade. But there was one sentence I heard repeated again and again behind closed doors. What if the Gaddafi network comes back? This is what unsettles them. The idea that Libya might reclaim stability on its own terms without foreign oversight. The possibility that Saif al-Islam, the man they expected to disappear forever, is now the most unifying political force in the country. And here is what I must say to them. You cannot destroy a legacy by force. You cannot control a nation that has remembered its identity. You cannot stop a people who recognize the difference between the Libya they had and the Libya they were given. Saif al-Islam's return is not simply a comeback. It is a reckoning, a reminder, a turning point. Libya is no longer a fragmented battleground. With Saif back, Libya has someone capable of taking the scattered pieces of a broken nation and rebuilding them into something the world did not expect. A sovereign state rising from the chaos foreign powers created. And this is why the West is nervous, because they know a second Gaddafi era might not be controlled, managed, or rewritten by anyone except the Libyan people themselves. When I speak about Saif al-Islam's return, I'm not speaking from emotion. I'm speaking from what I see across the African continent, from what I hear in diplomatic corridors, from what I observe in the behavior of foreign governments. His comeback has triggered a reaction far bigger than any ordinary political announcement, because the West understands exactly what his presence represents. Let me be clear. Saif al-Islam Gaddafi threatens an entire system of influence that foreign powers built in Libya after 2011. They invested heavily in a divided Libya. They relied on factions fighting each other. They benefited from a country without a strong central authority. A fractured Libya was easier to influence, easier to pressure, easier to reshape according to foreign interests. But Saif's return changes everything. Saif is not just another candidate. He is the one figure who can unite tribes that have been separated for a decade. He is the one figure who carries the loyalty of communities forgotten by the world. He is the one figure whose name still commands respect across Libya's heartland. With him, Libya stops being weak. With him, Libya stops being predictable. With him, Libya becomes sovereign again. And sovereignty is the one thing foreign powers fear most. I know how intelligence agencies react when they fear a political shift. They don't release official statements. They change their posture. They increase surveillance. They call for emergency assessments. They suddenly talk about stability risks. This is exactly what happened when Saif reappeared. Behind closed doors, Western analysts say, if Saif returns to power, we lose our leverage. If Saif wins, Libya aligns differently. If Saif rises, Africa shifts. These are not my words. These are theirs. Because they understand that Saif al-Islam brings back something Libya hasn't had in years, a sense of direction, and they know what that means. A stable Libya reduces dependency. A united Libya rejects foreign interference. A confident Libya can negotiate oil on its own terms. A strong Libya reopens the door to an African financial system Gaddafi once advocated for. This is not a small change. This is a geopolitical earthquake. Foreign powers thought Libya would remain a lesson to the rest of Africa. Challenge us, and you will fall apart. But Saif's return threatens to reverse that lesson. If Libya rebuilds itself, if Libya stands again, it becomes a symbol for the entire continent, a message that sovereignty is still possible, even after a decade of chaos. That is what terrifies them. They are not afraid of Saif the individual. They are afraid of what his comeback inspires, a Libya that remembers its strength, an Africa that recognizes its voice, a generation that refuses dependence. This is the fear I see every time his name appears in Western analysis. They know what Saif's return means, a shift they can't control, a future they can't shape, a nation they can't break again, and that is why they are terrified. As I watch Libya today, I see a nation standing at a crossroads, pulled between the pain of its past and the possibility of its future. Saif al-Islam's return did not simply reopen an old chapter. It created new paths, new choices, and new dangers for every foreign power that once believed Libya would remain fragmented forever. Let me tell you what these powers fear most. They fear a Libya that chooses stability without their permission. They fear a Libya that unites under a single leader again. They fear a Libya that reclaims control over its own oil, borders, and alliances. They fear a Libya that exposes the truth of what happened in 2011. Saif al-Islam's comeback places Libya at the center of a possible transformation, one that could reshape North Africa and force the world to confront its own actions. I see three possible futures emerging. First, Libya rises again under a unified government led by Saif or someone he empowers. The tribes align, the militias dissolve, and foreign interference loses its grip. This future terrifies those who believed Libya would stay weak. Second, foreign powers double their involvement, funding rival factions to prevent unity. The country becomes a battleground of external agendas, delaying stability for years. This future exposes how deeply Libya's chaos is manufactured. Third, a regional shift occurs where Libya aligns with African sovereignty movements, reconnects with Sahel leaders, and positions itself as a major player in the new multipolar world. This future is the one they fear the most, because it would revive the vision Libya had before the war. But I want the world to understand something. Libya is not simply choosing a leader. Libya is choosing a direction that determines whether Africa continues to depend on those who damaged it, or whether the continent finally stands for itself. Saif al-Islam is not just returning to Libya, he is returning to a continent that remembers everything. And when memory returns, strength returns with it. Libya's future will not be decided by those who destroyed it. Libya's future will be decided by Libyans and by the leaders who refuse to stay silent. I will say this clearly. The world must prepare, because Libya is waking up, and a country that wakes up after suffering does not rise quietly. I speak now not as a commentator, but as a man who has watched the rise and fall of nations across this continent. Libya's story is not over. It is entering a new chapter, one written by the people, shaped by memory, and led by a name the world tried to erase. Saif al-Islam Gaddafi's return is not just a political event. It is a reminder that sovereignty cannot be destroyed by force, a reminder that chaos cannot bury truth forever, a reminder that Africa's future cannot be dictated from abroad. The West is unsettled because they see the same signs I see, a Libya that might unite again, a Libya that might rise again, a Libya that might remember who it was before the war. But I say to the world, you cannot fear a nation for wanting stability. You cannot fear a people for seeking dignity. You cannot fear a country for demanding what was taken from them. Libya stands on the edge of a new era, and Saif al-Islam has become the symbol of that turning point. No one knows what comes next, not even him. But one thing is clear, Libya will not remain silent. Africa will not remain controlled. And those who designed the collapse of this nation must now watch the rise that follows. This is my message to the world. Prepare yourselves, because Libya is returning, and this time the world will not write its story. Libya will.
The internet is the...
All right, down to the last two. Yeah, this is critical because this motherfucker. I forgot. Yeah, you can see him here. I forget that motherfucker's name, but he was involved during his prime ministerhood, I guess, or whatever you want to call it, in Israel at the time, of poisoning the village wells and killing thousands of people. Are you here? Are you feeling that? So
Bro,
let's get out. Let's get down. Okay,
we had the small
so let's
pox,
get down to the last one. Last one is 9 minutes long. We'll run it through.
Shocking. Most people believe that biological warfare was something that was carried out as a remnant of Cold War history. However, just back in 2022, we now have documented evidence that biological warfare, poisoning Palestinian wells with typhoid bacteria, was carried out by Israeli paramilitary groups all across historic Palestine at the time. This was discovered, and it's coming from declassified Israeli archives, that Jewish Zionist paramilitary groups were poisoning Palestinian water wells with typhoid and dysentery to force them to leave their villages and to make sure that they don't return back afterward. This is absolutely crazy. What's most shocking about this is it wasn't something that was happening at the lower levels, but it was ordered at the highest level of Israel's government at the time. The former prime minister and first prime minister of Israel, David Ben-Gurion, ordered for these wells to be contaminated with bacteria in order to cause death and sickness to expel the Palestinians out of their homes. So, again, this was documented back in 2022. We finally have now official evidence of this all, and it was called Operation Cast Thy Bread, and it's using a biblical definition, a biblical term here. And here's an article from Haaretz, and I have the actual Israeli documents as well. Place the materials in the wells. Documents point to Israel's army's 1948 biological warfare. They were going around poisoning Palestinian wells, and keep in mind, this wasn't directed at Palestinian militants. This was specifically directed at civilians in order to make sure they don't return back to their villages. They went around poisoning wells, and not only that, and I'm going to show you guys in a bit as well, they also tried to poison wells. Jewish Zionists attempted to poison wells in Cairo, in Jordan, and in Lebanon as well, but those plans were subsided, and some of them ultimately failed in Egypt as well. So place the materials in the well. Documents point to Israel's biological warfare. On April 1st of 1948, David Ben-Gurion wrote in his journal about the development of science and speeding up its application in warfare. A month and a half later, he wrote about biological materials that were purchased for $2,000. Only now, 74 years later, has the connection between these two entries come to light. The disturbing story behind them has recently been uncovered by historian Benny Morris and historian laureate Benjamin Z. Keter following extensive archival research. So I actually ended up paying for the archived document, or the research here, and it's called Cast Thy Bread, again, Israel's biological warfare during the 1948 war. When I say that this is absolutely disgusting stuff to read, it really does make you sick to your stomach. And it's not surprising because up until today, routinely, no longer evidence that the state is carrying out this poisoning, but Israeli settlers across the occupied West Bank are routinely poisoning Palestinian water wells. This is happening so regularly that since 2023, Palestinian water wells have been poisoned or damaged over 250 times in the occupied West Bank. Here's another headline that's interesting to, and pretty just honestly shocking to read. Poisoning the village water wells. Settlers are consistently doing this. Here's an article that previously talked about over 250 times Palestinian water wells have been damaged, not poisoned. Not only that, this one is absolutely just genuinely abhorrent. A Palestinian farmer finds dead lambs in his water well. He knows who to blame. There were over 10 dead lambs and sheep found in his water well by Jewish settlers in the occupied West Bank. Now, back to what was recently discovered in this article and in this new archived evidence that was uncovered. Here it is right over here. The operation began in 1948 when fears of an invasion by Arab armies were mounting. The plan was to poison wells in abandoned Arab villages as well as in Jewish locales that were due to be evacuated by the state in the making. The idea was to prevent Arabs from returning to their villages and from settling in Jewish locales that would fall into their hands. And it shows some of the documents that were released. Of course, these documents are in Hebrew, so I was able to go ahead and put these documents in for you guys through just simply through Google Translate, which did a decent job at showing what some of the documents said. So here's one document, and this document from the Israeli Defense Forces, or its paramilitary group at the time, was showing the use of biological weapons.
1 second.
Then it goes on and talks about this document from the...
Go ahead.
He said that it was written in Hebrew. I'm sure it was Yiddish. Very few Khazars know Hebrew. They
right, yeah.
People use that interactively with Yiddish. They speak Yiddish, right, which is an Eastern European language from the Ukraine, Crimea, and all them areas that's under war as we speak.
Right, right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Hold on.
IDF again, archives showing that the IDF paramilitary groups use biological weapons. I went ahead and tossed this into Google Translate for you guys to see. It didn't do the best job, but it kind of showed out the plan that they had to toss these bacteria into the water wells. Look, we can do it the next day too. Blank conquer the territory, water, and drink this. We need to do this undercover at times, and so will have blank our entire army. Also, can tomorrow blank sick with typhoid and dysentery. Sick with typhoid and dysentery. I want to know what substances and how it was. This part is really going to shock you here. So, when you're reading about this, you immediately think, how did they even come up with such a disgusting concept? How could somebody think about doing something like this? Well, it actually starts all the way back post-World War II. First off, I want to tell you guys that this whole entire idea was concocted by a Jewish settler that was coming into Palestine at the time prior to Israel being founded, and he had this idea of wanting revenge on the Germans because of the Holocaust. So at the time, what he decided to concoct is a plan to poison German water wells back in the 1940s in major German cities, or versus putting the poison in water wells that would go to prisons at the time in Germany. So this is coming again directly from this article, this document that was uncovered back in 2022. They were able to pull these archives together and write this all out. So we're literally finding out that these people planned to do this in Germany. It fell through in Germany because the British ended up catching them before they were able to go ahead and do it. And because they weren't able to do it in Germany, they were like, okay, well, it's still a good idea. Let's go ahead and poison Palestinian water wells instead, since we can't do it to the Germans. And the plan was to completely just make them sick as payback, as revenge. So it didn't work, and they're like, okay, well, it didn't work for them, but let's go ahead and poison the Palestinians instead. Now, the minister announced that this also shows that they plan to do it in Cairo, and Egyptian forces actually caught them doing this. The minister announced that a day earlier, the Egyptians had arrested Zionist agents who admitted that they had been instructed by the commander of the Jewish colony of Darat to contaminate the springs from which the Egyptian troops at Gaza drew their water supply, and that they had actually dropped typhoid and dysentery germs into the wells lying to the east of that town. The minister pointed out that this act violated the Geneva Protocols of 1925. 2 days later, by the Egyptian Ministry of Defense, it was found that several bottles containing a liquid which was discovered to contain the germs of dysentery and typhoid, as well as a canteen containing liquid of high concentration of typhoid and dysentery germs. The Egyptian army took the precaution to supply its soldiers with water brought from different areas, but subsequent tests revealed that Gaza's water was drinkable, with the exception of 2 wells at which the Zionist spies were found loitering. These were immediately closed.
Know this before PayPal holds your funds. PayPal held my funds, leaving me unable to pay my supply.
So we have evidence now that they're going around doing this, and Israel really tried to suppress this until 2022. They released some more documents because apparently they're like, well, honestly, let's just go ahead and release it. It's past the time now, and we could clearly do whatever we want. We have Jewish settlers in the occupied West Bank routinely poisoning Palestinian water wells. Nobody's doing anything to stop it, so it doesn't really matter at this point. And again, this is coming from Israeli historians. These are from Israeli archives, so this isn't conspiracy. This isn't anything that is a one-sided argument. This is verified fact coming directly from Israeli archives that we now know that Israel went ahead and has done this. It led to dozens of Palestinians becoming very sick and achieving Israel's aims in the short term. Some weren't able to return back to their villages. Here's the question, though, that's absolutely disgusting, because you hear about this going on, and it really just does make you sick to your stomach. It makes you think, how far is Israel willing to go? Up until today, they've poisoned Palestinian water wells, the settlers do. How far is it willing to go? I previously made a video on the Samson option. Israel has a war doctrine that states that Israel will go ahead and have a policy of mutually assured destruction. That if somebody's going out and fighting with Israel, and Israel is in a war that Israel feels it cannot win, it has no problem nuking its enemy, even if it means that its own country would be destroyed, as long as both are destroyed. Meaning that Israel will never allow itself to go down alone. Israel will make sure that its enemy is taken out. And it has no problem bringing the whole world down with it. That's Israel's doctrine. It has no problem bringing the whole world down with it if the state of Israel is facing an existential crisis. So knowing that, when most people hear about that, you typically think, okay, well, that means that Israel would nuke its enemy. That's true. However, what these Israeli researchers decided to speak about is, well, could this Samson option mean much more than that? Could it mean the release of biological agents into the world, or into the Middle East, or into its enemy country to make them all sick? This was something that was postulated after reading about this verified document of typhoid bacteria being used on Palestinian water wells. So let me go ahead and share this document here. This part really, really just irked me. Biological Samson option. In the realm of nuclear strategy, Israel is widely believed to maintain a Samson option, a last resort doctrine in which, if faced with existential destruction, the state would annihilate with overwhelming force, even at the cost of mutual annihilation. This concept draws from the biblical story of Samson, who pulled down the temple upon himself and his enemies, has become a metaphoric strategy of desperation. But could a similar logic be extended into the biological realm? Though never officially recognized, the infrastructure, secrecy, and scientific sophistication surrounding Israel's biological program suggests the potential for biological Samson option, an unspoken capability to unleash pathogens in doomsday scenarios where state survival is no longer assured. Such an option, if it even existed as a hypothetical, would make a profound shift in the philosophy of deterrence, from the visible, immediate destruction of nuclear weapons to the invisible, slow, uncontrolled spread of biological agents. Shocking. They will put bacteria into the world or into their enemies' countries to get them sick if they feel like it's a situation of mutually assured destruction, knowing that, of course, those biologics would come back to haunt them as well. Unlike nuclear explosions, which are geographically and temporally bounded, biological weapons do not obey contaminant logic. They mutate, disperse, and implicate not only enemies but allies, ecosystems, and generations. A biological Samson option would thus not merely threaten regional devastation, it would risk global civilization collapse, potentially triggering pandemics that outlast the originating conflict. The very plausibility of such an option raises fundamental ethical questions. Can any nation claim the right to extinguish the future of the species in the name of self-defense? Would invoking such a capability cross the threshold from statecraft into collective punishment on a planetary scale? If deterrence through ambiguity is meant to prevent war, then the specter of a biological Samson option may be too effective, too silent, too final. It haunts the strategic imagination not as declared policy, but as a logical endgame of an OPEC biowarfare infrastructure, especially when coupled with refusal to join global disarmament frameworks. In an age where existential risk must be managed, not manufactured, the world and Israel itself must ask whether survival under such terms is survival at all, or the beginning of a slow and lethal undoing of all that civilization has built. The time has to choose between deterrence by extinction and leadership by restraint may be fast approaching. Again, this is coming from an Israeli historian, guys, an Israeli researcher, going through Israeli archives, reading Israeli declassified documents, stating, we had no problem, our previous founders had no problem poisoning Palestinian water wells with typhoid and dysentery. They planned to do it to the Germans after World War II, but they got caught by the British as they were going in. So the scientists that were planning on sickening German cities, massive amount of German cities, decided, okay, well, let's just try it on the Palestinians. They go ahead and it works. They tried to do it in Cairo. They got caught by Egyptian forces. And now we have these Israeli historians being like, well, wait a second here. This is pretty serious stuff. If we know that Israel is willing to poison Palestinian water wells, and not just Palestinian water wells, but Jewish water wells as well in Jewish villages that were evacuated during the war, thinking that, well, we don't want the Palestinians to take over those villages, so why don't we poison those water wells as well to make sure that they're never able to go back? That's what they decided to do, knowing that it would full well hurt their own people, not caring. Again, mutually assured destruction here. Whatever they believe will push their interests forward. So now you really think about it. They're going around poisoning wells until today at a much lower level of not entire global biological warfare, but until today we have settlers, again, going out, poisoning wells, poisoning Palestinian wells, happening all the time in the West Bank. Over 250 times in 5 years, settlers use bombs, dogs, and poison, again, dropping carcasses of sheep and lamb into Palestinian wells, making sure they all get sick, sometimes defecating in Palestinian wells. It's really disgusting, abhorrent things to think about, but that's what's happening. And this is documented evidence by human rights groups as well, what's happening in the occupied West Bank by Israeli settlers. Okay?
Stop! Let me tell you about the Instadoodle Christmas offer. For just 27.
Now these motherfuckers, man, shitting in the well, dropping dead animals, poisoned. Just kill these motherfuckers, man. Just kill them. Disgusting fucking animals. Just kill them. I'll be right back.
Imagine the level of global impact that such an event like that can happen. Again, this is just being hypothesized by this Israeli researcher. He's just stating, well, we know Israel has the capability to. We know that they're also willing to nuke other countries. We know that Israel is willing to nuke a country and kill itself, even if that means mutually assured destruction. So with that being said, when we think of the worst weapon you can think of, we tend to assume it's a nuke. It makes sense. You're wiping out entire ecosystems. It's ecocide as well. You're wiping out plant life. You're wiping out animal life. You're, of course, wiping out humans. You're wiping out beneficial bacterial life in the soil, causing radioactive material to go everywhere, causing massive cancers that go on for generations, not just cancers in humans, of course, but cancers in wildlife. You're causing detrimental long-term impact. I mean, look what happened to the Japanese after they were nuked. Generations of cancer. Now imagine that on a much larger scale, and imagine that with biologics, where it's not just in certain bloodlines where you have cancer and it's going to go to your offspring, but it's a biologic, it's a virus, it's a bacteria, and you might be thinking, okay, well, COVID-19 spread globally. The COVID-19 death rate was low. Imagine something that had a high infection rate and a high death rate. I can tell you, I used to do medical research for, I believe it was 8 years now. I can tell you that this stuff they're constantly working on cell lines, they're constantly studying bacteria, and it comes with a lot of benefit. But at the same time, knowing that this is not magical stuff to create, guys. We have the technology to do that now. We've had it. Okay, to create super viruses, super bacteria. Knowing that some countries could use that as a Samson option, I don't think, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think any other country would consider using biologics to, you know what, maybe the CIA does some pretty crazy stuff too. But just imagine the level of impact, and imagine the fact that with Israel right now, does it have an existential crisis facing it? Not necessarily, no. But imagine if Israel actually felt like it was in a moment of existential collapse, how far would it go? And basically the whole world's going to go down with this country. I previously also made a video talking about how we had an Israeli military historian come out back in 2004, and this was also published in The Guardian, and he stated about Israel's Samson option, we have weapons we have targets that can reach Rome, that can reach European cities, and we have no problem, and I assure you, we have no problem bringing the world down with us before Israel goes down. This is almost a direct quote, guys, from an Israeli military historian. I previously made a video on it. I'll make sure to link it so you guys can go watch that. If you search that quote up, bringing the whole world down with us, Israeli military historian, you'll be able to find it as well. Okay, again, these are fringe individuals. We do know Jonathan Pollard, he actually went on the Jerusalem Post as well, just about a month and a half ago now, and he talked about the Samson option. He talked about specifically, though, nuking other countries in the Middle East, and specifically also regarding Iran, nuking Iran to make sure to take out their nuclear sites if the United States doesn't want to use the B-2 bombers on Fordow, well, then Israel would have just nuked the site. That's apparently what's coming out. A former CIA officer also stated that that was the case. This is, the more you just look into this stuff, the more you're like, well, damn, they're poisoning wells. Settlers are still poisoning wells. That was already known. That's been known. That's very common. But knowing that the IDF now themselves, that's also been known for a long time. But now that we have documented, verified evidence from Israeli archives just back in 2022, just about 4 years ago now, 3-4 years ago, it changes the landscape, the environment that we're in and what we're aware of. And of course, this was heavily suppressed in Western media. I don't hear, aside from Haaretz, honestly, aside from Haaretz, an Israeli left-wing newspaper, Haaretz, that, by the way, Israeli politicians are trying to get shut down. They state that it's a threat to Israel. Right-wing Likud party has been working to shut down Haaretz. They think that Haaretz is an invading newspaper because it's full of very leftist Israelis. Despite Haaretz reporting on this, no Western media reports on this. You think CNN or Fox are going to talk about the fact that Israelis are poisoning wells? The ADL would go berserk and state that this is some sort of trope. No, it's happened. It's happening. So again, that's Operation Cast Thy Bread. I highly suggest you guys look into it. It's truly some shocking stuff, guys. That's really it for this video. If you found it interesting, would appreciate if you support my channel and click the thumbs up and also subscribe as well. It helps me reach more awesome people like you. And otherwise, I'll see you guys in the next video. Take care. Bye.
Before I get on to the last one, man, you got anything to say?
When you know that these people gave the indigenous in this country blankets laced with smallpox, when you know that they goaded Japan into World War II by allowing them to bomb Pearl Harbor and then use their nukes, when you know that when you know something we mentioned earlier in this show, that in order to compromise a trade deficit, they started importing one of the most dangerous drugs in the world into China, then what else don't you know about them? This is small.
It would have to cross your mind. What else? You know?
Okay, that's it. Yeah, that's it, brother. On to the next.
Right. Okay. But so we're at our last video. We're just gonna let it play out, and I'll be right back.
Hours after Donald Trump militarily invaded Venezuela to capture Maduro, we already have business leaders and oil executives publicly planning an early 2026 trip to Venezuela to scout out what they perceive as potential riches. It's so simple. Every single time Republicans get into power, they do three things. First, they cut taxes for the richest. Second, they cut benefits for the most vulnerable. And third, they go to war for oil. Welcome to step 3, only this time it is not Bush doing it, it is Trump doing it. Add a little bit of election denialism and narcissism and fascism, and we're essentially just in Bush Part 2. This article reads, about 20 business leaders, including those from some of the top hedge funds and asset managers, are preparing to go on a March trip to Venezuela to look at investment opportunities there, including in energy and infrastructure. Now listen, it's a nuanced situation. I've talked to some people online that are refugees from Venezuela, and people are overwhelmingly happy that Maduro is gone. And good. It is good that Maduro is gone, but it is not the United States. It is not our role to be overthrowing and kicking out leaders at a whim. And also, the overthrowing of the regime is the easy part. That's the easiest part. The actual installing of a long-term sustainable government is almost always impossible, and now the Trump administration owns what happens from here. Again, Republicans always, without fail, get into power and put U.S. troops at risk just so we can get oil. As James Tallarico points out, last year, Trump promised American oil executives a, quote, great deal if they donated $1 billion to his campaign. Today, he gave them Venezuela, home to the largest oil reserves in the world. This new war is not only illegal and reckless, but it is deeply corrupt. You know, I did a lot of thinking this morning about this war, and I honestly don't think the average American cares about the legality of it. I mean, you and I care. We care that Donald Trump subverted both the Constitution and international law. But I think most Americans care more about this intuitive feeling of being backstabbed by an administration, just like they were during Bush. So I always test things out on my more apolitical friends because I do political messaging. So I'll talk to my friends from high school or whatever. Nobody really cares about the legality of these strikes. They care about a few things. First of all, being betrayed by this administration that said they wouldn't start any new wars. And secondly, being betrayed by an administration for oil. Once again, I mean, even people my age who didn't quite live through, we weren't quite paying attention during the 2000s and the Middle Eastern wars because we were like 6 years old. Even we understand at an intuitive level that the government lies for oil. And this is such a glaring example of that. The New York Times says, while Mr. Trump said little about how the United States would be, quote, running Venezuela, he insisted it, quote, won't cost us anything because American oil companies would rebuild the energy infrastructure in Venezuela, which holds vast reserves of oil. Quote, we are going to run the country right. It's going to make a lot of money. What could possibly go wrong with the United States initiating regime change, taking control of a country, and trying to steal its oil? Let me show you this clip of Donald Trump describing, not in a very detailed way, how we are going to be running Venezuela.
We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition.
Now, to add on to this, Maduro's opposition leader, Machado, also promised, quote, $1.7 trillion of Venezuela's oil, gas, gold, and infrastructure. Now, Donald Trump hasn't quite thrown his support behind anybody in particular, and he even said that Machado does not command enough respect. So it essentially feels like it's going to the highest bidder right now. The opposition leader, the person who is in power next, is the person who can offer Donald Trump the sweetest deal.
And this is amazing, super exciting for me. We will open Venezuela for foreign investment. I am talking about a $1.7 trillion opportunity, not only in oil and gas, which is huge, and you know that the opportunities, because we will open all upstream, middle stream, downstream to all companies.
It's very obvious what's going on here, right? Every single world leader who has Trump's ear, or not world leader in this case, but potential world leader who has Trump's ear, throws out the biggest numbers possible because they know that is the language Trump speaks. She is trying to manipulate Trump, essentially, but Trump this morning scorned her and said she does not command enough respect in her country. Here's the reality, from what I understand. Machado would be 100 times better than the worst day in the Maduro regime. He was that much of a shitty, despicable human being, and she at least wants to uphold some semblance of human rights and human dignity. But at the same time, having a far-right leader who just sells out Venezuela to the United States as a vassal state isn't the best long-term solution for the people of Venezuela. In fact, that doesn't really solve the quality of life issues that were caused by the Maduro regime in the first place. Here's a really simple graph just to show you what I've been trying to illustrate. Step 1, a Republican gets elected. Then, pointless war. We are here. We are at that spot right now. Then, the economy crashes. You know what? You can even add a part right here where the Democrat then takes power and gets blamed for the economic crash. Many such cases. But then guess what? The Republican president gets elected as the economy is reverting back to the norm, and then they get the credit for that somehow. We are seeing this play out once again.
When you have the perfect response in your head, but your fingers just can't keep up.
Hold on.
We've all been there. Typing, deleting.
Let me loop back around to this Wall Street Journal article that describes how business leaders and executives are now going to be taking trips to Venezuela. Some on Wall Street are already considering possible investment opportunities in Venezuela following the capture of Nicolas Maduro, according to Charles Myers, chairman of the consulting firm Signum Global Advisors and a former head of investment advisory firm Evercore. Myers said in an interview, he is planning a trip to Venezuela with officials from top hedge funds and asset managers to determine whether there are investment prospects in the country under new leadership. The trip will feature about 20 officials from the finance, energy, and defense sectors, among others. This is like poking at the body while it's still warm. Dude, we haven't even initiated the full regime change, which is crazy to say. We shouldn't be changing any regimes, but one of my friends who is into political analysis and foreign policy was telling me the 24 to 48 hours after a leader leaves is the most key section. It's kind of like a murder investigation. You have like 72 hours to successfully carry it out, or else you are cooked. You are done for. So, in the following 12 to 24 to 48 hours after Maduro's capture, we should be trying as hard as possible to at least clean things up and put people on a steady track with a steady hand. Instead, we already have business leaders, capitalist maxers, getting ready to travel over to Venezuela. The trip will feature about 20 officials. The tentative plan is for the group to travel to Venezuela in March and meet with the new government, including the new president, finance minister, energy minister, economy minister, head of the central bank, and Caracas Stock Exchange. And if this feels icky to you for some reason, it's because it is. Donald Trump is doing this under the veil of protecting American interests for drugs. You know, honestly, every single Republican has gone on TV today and given different answers. Trump at one point admitted this was for oil, but then Marco Rubio came after and said this was actually to stop the drug flow. But then Pete Hegseth says this is actually because Maduro is terrible, and then Marco Rubio backs that up. They've given 10 different reasons. But, you know, business leaders aren't confused. Republicans may be confused on TV on a daily basis, but the business leaders, they know exactly what they need to be doing in this moment. Here's Trump telling us the reason for this invasion before it happened months ago.
But we're buying oil from Venezuela. When I left, Venezuela was ready to collapse. We would have taken it over. We would have gotten all that oil. It would have been right next door. But now we're buying oil from Venezuela, so we're making a dictator very rich. Can you believe this? Nobody can believe it.
They really thought we weren't going to see this. I don't know why he went into Venezuela. There it is.
Now, that is a clip from before we captured Maduro. That was from a few months ago, but Trump has had this plan for a while. I'm going to leave it there. Make sure you drop a like and subscribe to the Adam Mockler feed. I'll see you in the next one. Peace out.
Sora 2 ya está en Edimacor. La creación de video.
All right, that's a wrap, man. So let me close it out because I'm tired, man. I would normally do like a 10-minute, a 10-minute closing statement. I want to go right to the sound. And all I'm going to say, fuck all white folks. I'll see y'all on the next Tuesday night show at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And for the next 24/7, 365, stay black.
Hey,
Peace out, bro. I wish you.
Isaiah,
Yeah.
I just want to
Right.
say one thing.
Right.
That video convinced me that this whole Trump invading, going after Maduro in Venezuela is fake. If we get into it, we're going to talk. So we could take that from the top next time we get on here. Peace.
All right, bet. All right, peace, man. Stay black.
All right, brother. Same to you, man. Peace and love.